room for this. And this is going to be our first chance to hear some of the evidence that prosecutors are going to lay out that they say they have against Tyler Robinson, the 23-year-old who was charged with aggravated murder in that case. So going to be some really interesting things coming from that. So that and a whole lot more coming up on Fox 35 News Plus, guys.
All right, we'll be watching. Garrett, thank you.
All right, we're out of time. Have a great Monday. See you back here tomorrow.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Hope you had a nice, relaxing, fun holiday weekend as we celebrated the 250th birthday of America and Independence Day. Exciting stuff. Hope you had a great weekend. We are now getting back to it here on this Monday, and a lot of things going on that we are keeping an eye out for. And so I want to get you kind of caught up here where things stand at this 11 o'clock hour before we really get into it. First, let me give you a live look at Lumen Field in Seattle. This is the home of the Seattle Seahawks and where the U.S. men's national team will take on Belgium tonight, the round of 16 game in the World Cup. Gonna be a big one. That one's at 8 o'clock. You'll be able to watch it on Fox 35. And huge news over the weekend as we learned that Flo Balogun is actually going to be able to play despite getting that red card. The suspension is essentially suspended. Big decision and some controversy over that as well. We're going to get into all of that coming up in just a little bit. But the bottom line is that Balogun, who's been one of the most consistent scorers for this U.S. men's national team, he will be on the pitch tonight when the U.S. plays Belgium. Again, 8 o'clock live in Seattle. And we will have that for you on Fox 35. Let me also give you a live look right now inside a courtroom in Provo, Utah. You see the state seal there right now. Any minute now, we expect this preliminary hearing to get underway in the case of Tyler Robinson. He is the 23-year-old who's charged with aggravated murder in the death of Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist shot and killed on the campus of Utah Valley University last year. And this is going to be the first time that we really hear a lot of the evidence that is laid out in this case. Prosecutors have to show that they have enough evidence, that there is enough evidence in order for this case to move forward to trial and in order for prosecutors to continue to be able to pursue the death penalty in this case. So Tyler Robinson, the suspect, it will be in court for this. We also know that family members of his are in the courtroom for this today. Also expected in the courtroom are the parents of Charlie Kirk. And we also know, we've seen reporting that Erika Kirk is also in the courtroom, the widow of Charlie Kirk. So this preliminary hearing set to begin here any minute now. Going to be really interesting to hear some of what comes out of that because this is, like I said, the first time we're going to hear some of this evidence. And so we will be watching that. It is expected to last all week long. It's a 5-day preliminary hearing. So we'll be listening in to that as the week continues. We are also standing by for a news conference in Orlando being held by Congressman Maxwell Frost. Going to be joined by a couple of other folks as well, launching an effort to boost voter registration and turnout ahead of this fall's midterm election. So that news conference any minute now in Orlando, and we will listen in to that as well. Speaking of Orlando, let me give you a live look outside right now. We know it was a bit of a stormy weekend across the central Florida. And let me give you a live look, not the best view where this camera's pointing right now, but you can see part of Lake Eola and part of downtown on this Monday morning. And it sounds like there could be the chance for more showers and storms out there today. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, what do we have in store? We had a pretty stormy and rainy holiday weekend. Now what?
So we're gonna do a rinse and repeat for today, but today only. So we've got a lot of storms this afternoon. Then our pattern changes for the end of this week for the hot but the drier. So let's get right to it. Yeah, we had an incredible weekend of lightning. 5 people were hit by lightning in 3 separate instances. 1 was killed. It's very tragic. On that note, weather also was responsible for the deaths of 2 swimmers off of Volusia County, one at Ormond Beach and another at Daytona Beach, both from rip currents. It's that time of the year. A lot of people are outside. A lot of people are being exposed to the weather, and the weather's hazardous. 93 will be the high today in Orlando. There is a 60% chance for rain today. And here's how it's going to happen. We've got moisture surging in from the Gulf as well as from the Atlantic. And this time of year, typically we'll see the sea breezes colliding right over I-4. In doing so, look for downpours from Daytona through Disney, including Orlando, happening between 4 and 6 p.m. This is the map at 6 p.m. showing lots of purples, even some black on radar. That would indicate the possibility of severe storms and hail. We could see penny-sized hail as well as wind gusts over 60 miles per hour, but the lightning is going to be a force du jour this afternoon. Watch out. There's going to be a lot of dangerous cloud ground lightning that continues through 9 o'clock before finally things quiet down tonight. Now, for the rest of the week, we're going to see some changes for the heat. Yeah, it's going to get really hot. In fact, this is our heat risk map for late week, showing a lot of purple around the region. And this is pretty much as bad as it gets around here, with feels like temperatures easily exceeding 110, actual air temperatures in the upper 90s. Now, we're no stranger to heat here in Florida, but this will be the kind of weather where even if you're seasoned as a Floridian and you're proud your identity is around being able to endure the heat, the body has physiological limits. And one of them is our ability to cool itself, right? Cool our bodies through sweat. If it's as humid as it will be late this week, it's hard for sweat to actually evaporate from the body. So if you're out running in this kind of heat, you kind of feel that, I call it like frog texture, like your skin just gets slick because the sweat doesn't evaporate, it just accumulates into this sort of slimy, gross thing. But you know how it is when you're working outside. That's what it's going to be like. So it's going to be really hard to recover from the heat. Well, the reason for it is we've got a giant sprawling area of upper level high pressure that's going to nose into Florida. And in doing so, it's going to produce what's called subsiding air or subsidence. Air slowly sinks, and when it does, not only does it squish our storm chances as far as the widespread character of the storms, but it will also lead to compressional heating, where it's like if you're pumping up a bicycle tire with one of those tube pumps. If you grab the tube afterwards, it's hot because you've been compressing the air. Same kind of thing happens with this area of high pressure. That's why our typical high is 91. We're going to see highs closer to 100 degrees. Compounding it, we've got Saharan air coming in from the east. That might even make you sneeze. I know I've heard a lot of sneezes already this morning from a little touch of that Saharan dust. And as it moves in, it's going to introduce drier air and, like a paper towel, kind of mop up the atmosphere, making it even lower rain chances, making for even lower rain chances. But if we do get a storm forming late this week with Saharan dust present, it can help to create explosive convection, which means that while it's not a widespread storm event, you might get an isolated storm that very quickly becomes a severe storm with damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour and also lots of lightning. So in the 7-day forecast, you'll see the changes reflected. We go from really rainy today to only a little bit of rain as we head into the weekend, but rain chances, while they go down, will be traded out for temperatures going up. 93 degrees today, up to 97 conservatively by Friday, Garrett. So it's going to be a toasty one, and that trend continues into the weekend. You know, this weekend we were tracking the heat across Washington, D.C., New York, and Philly. They saw highs routinely above 100 degrees, and with that heat dome that was overhead creating air stagnation, when they lit off the fireworks, the smoke lingered for not just hours, but for the entire next day, where Washington, D.C.'s air quality was at a purple alert for unhealthy quality for all types, not just sensitive types or folks that are suffering from illness, for everybody. And so thankfully for them, that heat dome has moved away, but for us, it's just developing. So we're going to see hot weather continuing. Thankfully, we're surrounded by oceans, so we don't have the same air stagnation issue, but it's going to be hot. That's for sure.
Yep, just the start of it. Like you said, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner. Thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you a live look over downtown Orlando. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere here on Fox 35 News Plus.
court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that the portable electronic devices will not be.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me get you live inside this courtroom in Provo, Utah right now, where Judge Tony Graff is going through some preliminary things here, some housekeeping things, making some decisions ahead of the start of this preliminary hearing. This is in the Charlie Kirk murder case. It's expected to last, again, all 5 days this week. Let's go ahead and listen in live from Provo, Utah, as this preliminary hearing gets underway. What is going to be the first time we see some of the evidence against Tyler Robinson laid out, as a decision has to be made whether there is enough evidence to continue moving forward with this case on the path to trial. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And the court understands the human nature of that, but also it's important that this courtroom is orderly. Spectators shall not wear or display any pins, buttons, signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case or the status of this case as a capital offense. Turning to counsel. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that over these past 10 months, I've had a chance to observe each of you, and I find that you are all competent, prepared, and that you care deeply about this case. I ask you to continue to conduct yourselves in accordance with the rules governing professional conduct, civility, and ethics. I also ask that you remain mindful of the constitutional rights of all parties, and in every engagement that you treat each person you engage with the dignity and respect they are inherently due, as they are human beings. I want to turn also to objections, the format that I wish to follow if objections are made. When an objection is made, all parties shall pause so that the objection may be heard. Speaking objections are not permitted. If any party believes that an extended argument is necessary, particularly on sensitive matters, that party may request to approach the bench, and all parties will approach the bench. Both sides will be afforded an opportunity to be heard for or against the objection, after which I will issue a ruling either sustaining or overruling the objection. Once the ruling has been made, direct or cross-examination may resume. I anticipate that we will begin each morning at 9 a.m. with the exception of Wednesday, and we will begin at 1 p.m. We will take a 15-minute morning break and a 15-minute afternoon break. If there is a situation that necessitates a break, please approach the bench and we can address that. We will recess for lunch at noon for 1 hour each day, with the exception of Wednesday, and court will resume at 1 p.m. and continue until 5 p.m. each day. Does either party need the benefit of the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Do either party wish to invoke the exclusionary rule?
Defense invokes, Your Honor.
All right. The defense has invoked the exclusionary rule. I ask that all witnesses, if present, be excused from the courtroom, and ask that each party monitor the courtroom to ensure your witnesses aren't present, as I'm not familiar with who they are. Of course, victim representative is excluded from that rule, as is the case manager pursuant to the rules. Okay, and I anticipate that from here on out that they're just going to come to the lectrum. So, okay, so just for the benefit of the record, to the questions, the yes or no questions. Well, the parties have entered their appearances, and they're all present, and neither party wanted the benefit of the record. Ms. Nestor invoked the exclusionary rule, and Mr. Grunander, if you'd like to approach the lectrum as the microphones at the tables are not activated.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah, we anticipated that the defense would invoke the exclusionary rule. We consulted with defense for just a couple of minutes prior to the start of this hearing. We essentially have two case agents, Your Honor, David Hull and Brian Davis, both from the state of Utah. The defense has consented that both of them can be present. So one is seated at my table, the front table. This is Brian Davis, Agent Davis. And Agent Hull is seated on the bench just on the other side of the bar. He will be present for this hearing as well. Both of these agents will be testifying as part of the hearing.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, and your microphone's dead. If you want to come forward, and it sounds like you've stipulated, but just for the benefit of the record.
We have stipulated, Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing only.
Thank you. All right, so Agents Davis and Hull are permitted to remain in the courtroom during the duration of the preliminary hearing. Any other business that we need to address before we turn to the business of witnesses? Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Mr. Robinson. Your Honor, the court had issued an order, maybe it was early last week, asking the parties to meet and confer about the question of whether exhibits will be published. And we did, and we can either deal with this as a general matter or we can deal with it on an exhibit by exhibit basis. But I just wanted to make sure that we didn't lose track of that issue. The court had earlier entered an order granting in part the defense motion to exclude I'm just going to say technology in the courtroom because it's a shorthand for video cameras and photography and microphones, because the parties had earlier stipulated that none of the exhibits would be available from the preliminary hearing, would be available for inspection or copying. I understand that publishing the exhibits in the courtroom may technically be different than that, but whenever the court is ready to deal with
some more discussion right now about access to exhibits. There's been a lot of talk and previous motions that have been filed by the defense team with their concerns over access, by the media and the public to some of these things. We're going to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back with more after this.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A few things we are monitoring at this hour, a couple of news conferences going on in the Orlando area. We are also continuing to keep an ear on the preliminary hearing for Charlie Kirk's suspected killer, Tyler Robinson, in court for the first time. They're still working through a number of motions. We'll get you to that preliminary hearing once the hearing itself actually begins. Again, they're working through a couple of other things right now. I want to let you know a couple of the news conferences that we are watching right now, including this one in Orange County, where the Orange County Classroom Teachers Association is speaking right now. They're in a bargaining session today. There's going to be an impasse hearing over some contract terms. Again, a teachers union in Orange County. They're presenting petitions as well and calling on Disney to drop lawsuits over property taxes, saying that the money that's at issue there will do a lot for public schools in Orange County. And so let's go ahead and listen in live for a couple of minutes, live right now in Orlando.
They need the money. Disney has the right to file a lawsuit, but they don't have to. A company like Disney could also look around at the community where they are based and choose to respect our needs. Disney could look around Orange County, which their theme parks have called home for over 50 years, and where Disney presence has marked our infrastructure and economy and community. And they could decide that our public schools, our students, and our teachers need money more than they do. Disney could drop their lawsuits. They could settle their lawsuits right away and give money back. I think that they should. Our schools need that $119 million. Disney does not. So we started to knock on doors, talking to the community about it. I'm going to introduce Britt to explain what we found.
Hello, my name's Britt. I'm with Unite Here Local 362. I'm one of the leaders on this campaign. So 4 months ago, we started to knock on doors across Orange County, informing people about Disney's lawsuits and asking people questions about the cost of living, the tourism industry, and how people feel about big corporations in our backyards. We've talked to thousands of parents, grandparents, workers, public school graduates, teachers, Disney employees, and their neighbors. And what we've learned is that people are angry. So this team here and more from the previous months have knocked on over 67,000 doors in Orange County this summer. We've held 4 town halls with a total attendance of over 650 people. And we have collected petition signatures face to face, one by one, from over 5,000 people. These petitions call on Disney to do better. They're asking them to drop their lawsuits and protect our public schools. A few weeks ago, the Orange County Public Schools Superintendent discussed the lawsuits, and she said that any money that is left over from the lawsuits can go to teachers' salaries. And that's great news. Our teachers need higher salaries. All we need is for Disney to come to the table so that we have the money for it. These petitions and our conversations reveal more than just a call on Disney to drop their lawsuits. They reveal how passionate our community is about supporting our public schools, and they reveal how angry people are that working people are struggling and our kids don't get enough, even though we are surrounded by a profitable tourism industry that is powered by our work. I'm proud to introduce 2 Disney workers who will speak about these lawsuits. First, I would like to welcome Thomas Nunez.
Hello, my name is Thomas Nunez. I work at Pop Century Resort. Also a member of Unite Here 737. This campaign, the reason why I came out for this campaign, I suffer from learning disabilities. And what bothers me is these kids are being jam-packed in all of these schools, which 7 of them closed, and I'm in District 8, Meadowwoods Elementary. They closed. I have talked to a 97-year-old grandma where she had to take in her grandkids because her daughter passed away. She had to take out her grandkids, out of school to be homeschooled because the kids don't get one-on-one. That bothers me. If I did not get one-on-ones with teachers, I wouldn't have been the only one in my high school, or in my family, sorry, to get a high school diploma. These kids deserve better. Well, my grandmother has always said, and one thing that means a lot to me: united we stand, divided we fall. They'll pick us up one by one. Disney needs to stop being all about money. We need to start giving money back to our community, giving money back to our kids that are able to get an education where they can be the first in their family to get a high school diploma just like I was. Our kids are our future. They're the ones that's going to be able to uphold our community the way that they need to do. They're going to become politicians, be able to change our Orange County. And we're not going to tell Disney, you know what, we're going to pay your bills. We pay ours, they need to pay theirs. Our kids are our future. They deserve the opportunity to learn and grow and succeed.
Thank you, Thomas. Next, I would like to introduce Forrest King.
Hi everyone, my name is Forrest King. I'm a member of Unite here, Local 737, as well as a server at Disney's Hollywood Studios. I support education, public education, as well as teachers because my mother is an educator of 35 years. I grew up in a public school classroom. I believe in the public school system because it is an equalizer. It ensures that every member of our community has the ability to get a high quality education. While I was out knocking doors, I met a grandmother that lived directly behind Chickasaw Elementary School. She was the sole provider for her 6-year-old grandson that has autism. Every day, she's able to walk her grandson to school and walk him back from school every single day. She expressed to me that she does not know where her grandson is going to be able to go to school because he cannot, because of his disabilities, be on a bus without her. Another thing that I heard time and time again from community members while we were knocking on doors is that Disney has enough money. They can afford to pay their fair share instead of trying to take money from our schools. And I believe that Disney does have enough money to pay their fair shares. Disney should be investing in their community and not expecting their community to pick up the bill for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Forrest. Next, we're going to hear from a teacher, Ladara.
Good morning. I represent the Orange County Classroom Teachers Association and also work in one of our high schools here in Orange County Public Schools as a college and career specialist. It is my job to motivate, to spark a passion towards what students want to do with their future post-high school. And here as educators, we inspire them when we tell our students that education is the doorway to their opportunity, to their goals, in order to reach them. Yet, many of times, students see their own teachers having to work 2 to 3 jobs. So after they leave work, they then go to a second job, having to go and bag groceries at the grocery store. Or some even go and work at Disney themselves. We have educators who work at Disney just because they cannot make ends meet with one job. regardless of the many bachelor's degrees and the masters and the doctorals that we have. We still not can afford to live in Orlando or Orange County as a whole. We have teachers who have reported being homeless. They're living in hotels and extended stays. Teachers giving plasma in order to supplement the income or the lack thereof. And we say that education is the great equalizer. But it has come to a point where education is no longer equalizing the way we believe that it should. I wonder what executive from Disney woke up and decided to sue a public school district that's already hurting in funds. We don't get to raise extra dollars except what is the statute of what Tallahassee gives us, and with the referendum that is provided, the voters vote on every 5 years. It takes a new level of nerve and audacity to want to sue a school district. And what did they think was going to happen? Who did they think was going to bear that burden? The workers and the students that the teachers teach, that the bus drivers drive, right, and the service that we receive from the cafeteria workers to our students. These are the people that this lawsuit are hurting. Everyday people who wake up to serve their community. Public schools and teachers and those alike, we are the backbone of the community. And so with this lawsuit, we decided to hurt those whose calling is to not only uplift our community through teaching, through education, but to those that we serve every day. Not just through what we do through our profession, but there are times that we even go into our own pockets to make sure that our students have what they need. We don't complain because we believe in what we do, and we believe in the students that we teach. So, if Disney really cares about its community, right, a corporation who has built their brand, who has built their product off of families and kids, but you are hurting families and kids. So we ask you, we beseech you, we beg you, jump the lawsuit. What do you have to gain from this? What do you want the community and the world to see what you are all about? Do you want to be seen as a corporation of greed? Or do you want to be seen as a corporation who really cares about your community? Thank you.
This news conference continuing right now in Orange County as we're hearing from the teachers union calling on Disney to drop property tax lawsuits. It's something that we've seen Disney do previously to file lawsuits against the property tax valuation of their properties. So we will reach out to Disney for their response to this news conference. Again, you heard them talk about the signatures they got on petitions that they say show support for this step today, calling for Disney to drop those lawsuits. We are also standing by. Let me give you a quick update here before we go to break. This live look right now in Provo, Utah County, where the preliminary hearing for Charlie Kirk, suspected killer Tyler Robinson, is about to get underway. There have been some preliminary motions that have been taken care of. We now know that cameras will not be allowed to show the exhibits that are being shown as evidence on screen for, in case those are disturbing, whatever the case might be. That will not be broadcast from the camera that's inside the courtroom. That one of several motions that the judge ruled on this morning ahead of the resumption of this preliminary hearing. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now inside this courtroom where the preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson is expected to get underway any minute now. They were taking a bit of a short break, testing some things, I believe, as well, before they kind of get underway with the actual presentation of evidence and the preliminary hearing. So let me get you live right now to Tampa, where this is Mayor Jane Castor. She's joined by the Tampa Police Chief and family members, as well as they honor the life, legacy, and sacrifice of Master Police Officer Lois Marrero. This is the 25th anniversary of her being killed in the line of duty, July 6th, 2001, during a search for a bank robbery suspect. She was the first female officer in Tampa police history to die in the line of duty. She's being honored today. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
To see so many people here that were so deeply impacted by her loss. And still, 25 years later, you know, we have that phrase in law enforcement that they'll never be forgotten. Cindy Roberts is here as well. We'll never forget Mike. We'll never forget any of those individuals that laid down their lives in service to our community. And so thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Natalia, for sharing your sister and your aunt with us. Thank you to all of law enforcement. I know that the pain that I see today was the same pain that you felt 25 years ago. So remember that we are here for each other, and that there is no community in the United States that backs law enforcement like the residents and the business owners here in the city of Tampa. So thank you to each and every one of you. Watch out for each other. And thank you for taking on a profession that many others wouldn't. It's a huge sacrifice to be in law enforcement, but for those who've worn the uniform, you know that there's nothing more rewarding than being able to serve and protect your community. So God bless each and every one of you. Now I'm going to bring up Chief John Bennett for a couple of words. He was actually on scene as a member of the SWAT team that day, and then we'll hear from Chief Lee Burkall.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning. And as the Mayor mentioned, it's an honor to see the faces today that we saw and knew beyond 25 years ago. And when I think about Lois, you know, just like our other tactical partners in the room, you know, we've done hundreds and hundreds of call-outs together, search warrants and things, but when it's one of your own, it really changes the dynamic dramatically. And that day 25 years ago is still embroidered on my heart, both as a leader and a responder. And what comes to mind is we always say never be forgotten. And if you really unpack that, as the Mayor mentioned, the prayers and the thoughts that go on in that phrase really are indelible marks in all of us. I actually wear a watch band with a blue dot on every part of the band for every officer lost during my career. And in church, I always say a prayer for each one of them by name, and it holds on that feeling of never being forgotten. And I would leave you all with this: whether a life is short or long, there's a poem out there called The Dash. And just remember, Lois's dash is really what we're going to live for, is what she contributed to her family, to her community, to society, to be a safer place. So we never let that part be forgotten either. Prevention's hard to measure, but Lois prevented things that are going to happen for people that she never even met. And that's her dash. So hold on to that, if you will. And thank you for being a part of this today. Chief.
Thank you all for being here, and Chief Deputy Losat, thank you for being here and representing Sheriff Chronister. It's amazing to have everybody here. They even got the Durkin brothers back there that were working at the time. And I'll tell you, a quarter century ago, you think about it, I was a young officer then, just maybe 4 years, 5 years on the job. And what I knew of Lois, that she had a very kind heart, but she was also an aggressive, tough, and great cop. I reflected back on a story that I recently read from a reserve officer, Craig Jordan, who's retired full-time, and he wrote that he was assigned to Lois's squad for the first time coming out on the street. And the memories that he have is what she inflicted on him, and saying that always extend that olive branch.
Continuing to watch that is the police chief, Lee Bearcaw. Meanwhile, let me get you to this preliminary hearing in Utah, where they're about to call the first witness in this preliminary hearing. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
All right, Officer Begley, if you wouldn't mind coming forward past the lectern and being sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. All right, Officer Begley, if you wouldn't mind having a seat at the witness table. And after you're situated, to your left is a bottle of water. And if you wouldn't mind bringing the microphone toward you to ensure that it picks up your voice.
Yeah. Can you hear that?
I can. Thank you. Mr. Grunander, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Christopher Bagley, last name spelling B-A-G-L-E-Y.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed at the Spanish Fork Police Department as a police officer.
As a police officer?
Yes.
What is your position or your rank there?
Just a senior officer.
Senior officer, okay. How long have you been with the Spanish Fork Police Department?
About 5 months.
5 months. How long have you been a police officer?
26 years.
Okay. Will you briefly describe, for the court's benefit, your training, what you did to become a police officer?
I did the Utah Post Academy, which is about 600 hours of training for basic things to become a police officer, report writing, arrest control, stuff to that effect.
When you say Post Academy, is Post an acronym?
It is.
What does that stand for?
Police Officer Standard Training.
Okay. Were you certified through Post?
I was.
Okay. And what did that certification require?
Going through that post and graduating, all the academy, all the credits that you get up with the hours, and then physical fitness, stuff to that effect, and then graduating from that to earn the certificate.
Was there also testing involved?
There was.
At the academy?
Yes.
Okay. Were you employed in September of 2025?
I was.
And where were you employed then?
Utah Valley Police Department.
And how long did you work for the Utah Valley University Police Department?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And do you recall what your position or your rank was there?
A senior officer there.
Senior officer, okay. Describe, if you would, just your general duties as a police officer at Utah Valley University.
There at Utah Valley University, we'd patrol the campus, we'd walk around, we'd patrol, we would do investigations if there was crimes to that effect. We'd make sure that students or staff, if they needed something, we'd be there for them. So basic police, kind of like a school resource officer, community-oriented policing.
Okay. Was this a full-time position?
It was.
Okay. Did you work in law enforcement prior to UVU?
I did.
And where did you work?
I worked at Utah County Sheriff's Office for 13 years. Before that, I worked with Springville City Police Department for 6 years, and also with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office for a year.
What were your positions with those departments?
Varies. I did K9, I did SWAT, I did motors, senior officer, FTO officer, detectives.
Okay. While you were at Utah Valley University, did you have access to the video surveillance system on campus?
Yes, I did.
And how so?
It was at our desktop where our police station is. We have desks, and on our desktops we'd have access to it there. Or we'd go into dispatch and they'd have a wall full of camera systems that we could look at.
How familiar did you become with that system?
Very familiar.
Can you describe how you became very familiar?
Like I said, it was one of our daily routines that we'd go in there. If we were looking for somebody or tracking something back, we'd go in. We'd go back to that time frame. We could trace somebody or track somebody through campus. I'd also turn around and make some maps, so it was easier for dispatch or somebody to click on an area in the campuses where the buildings were and be able to click a little bit easier and get a faster response. So made some maps and stuff like that.
And how often did you use this system?
Every day.
Okay. Did you become familiar with the campus at Utah Valley University when you were working there?
Yes.
And explain how you became familiar with it.
Like I said, we'd walk around. I would train other officers. We'd make sure that we knew all the ins and outs, the back doors. We'd make sure we knew where every classroom was, where every entrance and exit was. We'd secure the building. We patrol the neighborhoods. We patrol around campus. And then we also have off-site campuses that we drive to and make sure that they're secure also.
Okay. You mentioned that you patrol the neighborhoods?
Yes.
Surrounding campus?
Yes.
What about the neighborhood to the north and east of campus?
Yes.
Okay. What was your purpose for patrolling those neighborhoods as an officer for UVU?
One, it was right next to UVU, so we patrolled it. Sometimes people would run up in that area or be walking up that way. We'd have stolen bikes, stuff like that. So we'd go into the areas, look for stuff. Also, with Orem Police Department, we'd go back up them quite a bit for other calls, and a lot of it would be in the area.
Okay, so back up just a little bit. So Utah Valley University is located in what city?
Orem, Utah.
Orem, Utah. Okay. How familiar did you become with the buildings on campus?
Very familiar.
And the walkways?
Very familiar.
You mentioned the entrances and exits to the buildings?
Yes.
What about parking structures?
Yes.
Same answer for that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the courtyard or the outdoor amphitheater on campus?
I am.
And generally speaking, where is that located on campus?
It's more of the central. It's an outdoor area centered by a bunch of buildings around it. So it's in the center of the campus pretty much.
Okay. Can you describe what it looks like? This courtyard, this amphitheater?
It's kind of like an amphitheater look. So you got some grass and a couple of steps that go up. You've got some cement on top with some bushes and flowers. You've got places where people can sit and eat. They come out and study and relax on the grass. And there's a waterfall with a little pond that comes down into a stream. So.
Okay. Are you familiar with the surroundings, the buildings around the amphitheater?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In relationship to this amphitheater, this courtyard, where is the Hall of Flags located?
It would be directly west of the courtyard.
Okay. Is it part of the courtyard or is it just off of the courtyard?
It's kind of the courtyard. It like butts up right against the courtyard, so it would be the west side of the courtyard.
Okay, so to the west of the courtyard.
Yes.
Is there a walkway across the Hall of Flags?
There is.
Okay.
There's an inside one and an outside one.
Okay, so what is the Hall of Flags then?
The Hall of Flags is kind of like a bridge between two buildings that all the flags throughout the world are represented in there, with some chairs where people sit down and relax with windows so you can see through all the way to the Utah Lake.
Okay. What are those two buildings that are connected by this Hall of Flags?
The Fugal Building over to like the Science Building area.
Okay, so you mentioned the Fugal Building.
Yes.
Where is the Fugal Building located in relationship to this courtyard?
It's to the south of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it run up against the courtyard?
It does.
The building, okay. What about the Woodbury Business Building? Where is that in relationship to the courtyard?
That's kind of southeast, and it runs up right against the courtyard also.
Okay. And in relationship to the Fugel Building, where's that Sorensen? Or excuse me, that business building, the Woodbury Business
Woodbury Business is right directly east of the Fugel.
Okay. What about the Sorensen Center? Where is that located with respect to this courtyard?
The Sorensen Center is going to be kind of like a northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it, again, run up against this courtyard?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And where is it in relationship to the business building?
The Woodbury Business Building is just directly south of the Sorensen.
Directly south. Okay. The Losi Center, are you familiar with that building?
I am.
And where is it located on campus?
Directly east of the courtyard amphitheater area.
Okay. Does it run up to the courtyard, the Losi Center?
No, not really.
Okay,
it doesn't run right up against it. So the Sorensen building is kind of like right between those two.
Okay. In relationship to the Sorensen building, what direction is the Losi building?
East.
East. Okay. Are you familiar with the LDS Institute building on campus?
Yes, I am.
And where is that located?
That is going to be located north of the Losi building and just kind of like northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. And is there a parking structure next to this Institute building?
Yeah, there is.
And where is that?
That is going to be, so you mentioned the Institute building is going to be north of the Losi Center. There's a parking structure that has several levels of parking. It's going to be directly west of the Institute building. And then they also have a parking lot to the north of that across the road.
Okay. With respect to the parking structure, can you describe for the court how one would enter this parking structure, driving and even walking? How do you enter and exit that structure?
So on the north end of the parking structure is Campus Drive. You can drive in and exit on the level 1, so that's the ground level. That's where you'd enter if you're driving in or exiting back out on campus. Then it goes up to level 2, and on level 2, exit is what's called Heat Plant Road. In between the Institute building and the garage is a little road, and there's an exit right there that you can drive out. You can also, if you were parking there, you could walk out right there at that exit only where I was talking about on that southeast side. You can walk out there, or on the north end of that garage, there are some stairs that go up all the levels, and it goes down to the bottom level and across the street through a tunnel to the LDS Institute building.
To listen in there, the first witness testifying is doing some established disqualifications, talking about the layout of campus as well. Let me get you live right now, though, to the Rose Garden where President Trump is speaking. He's attending a luncheon that's going on there. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
History. We did great the first time. We had the greatest economic numbers ever in history for the first term, and I think we're going to be blowing them away. What do you think, David? You agree? Goldman Sachs, David's here. We're going to be blowing them away. The numbers are all over the country where factories rising. $19.2 trillion investment. And please sit down. Please. I appreciate you standing up. And anytime you want to stand up and cheer, that's okay too. But we have a lot of very big people here. They don't get up and cheer too often. But they're very happy with what's happening, and we're doing very well. As you know, Venezuela was amazing, and we're getting along great with Venezuela. We paid for the war many times over, and Venezuela's doing better. The relationship is very, very good, and we're doing very well with Iran. We wiped out their Navy, their Air Force, their radar, their leaders. We wiped out everybody. And then I heard they're doing very well. No, they're not doing well at all. They want to make a deal so badly. But we'll see what happens. They have to make the right deal because they cannot have a nuclear weapon. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. You want to see a bad stock market? Let them use a nuclear weapon. I'll show you a bad stock market, right? So, but we're doing very well. They've agreed to a lot of things that a lot of people said they wouldn't agree to. We'll see what happens. We're going to win one way or the other. We'll win the nice way or the not nice way. But I want to welcome everybody to the Rose Garden. What you're sitting on, the stone, is sort of a replica of the color of the White House. This was grass, and I love grass, but You know, the White House was built on a wetland, and the grass was always very wet. And if you were sitting here right now, your shoes would be destroyed. You would be extremely unhappy with me. You'd want to leave. The men wouldn't like it, but the women would, with their beautiful, I won't name the group, but you know who I'm talking about, those extremely high heels. They'd be sinking into, I used to go at the quicksand. It was a quicksand pit. So we've redone it. We built the Presidential Walk of Fame, which starts with George Washington and goes all the way up to Trump. And it's been so popular. We've redone the path. All the stone was broken. It was in terrible shape. And we put beautiful granite pavers in that will last. They said it has a 1,000,000-year life. They go a 1,000,000-year plus. They rate stone, you know, 35,000 pounds per square inch. So think of it. Nature makes a stone far greater than we can. There's no stone that we can make. There's no concrete or mix that we can make that's 35,000 pounds per square inch. But it's gotten rave reviews. I don't know if anybody's up and seen it, but this is the walk to the Oval Office and walk to the West Wing. And so we've done a job, and we've taken about 150 years of paint off of the columns and redid them. They were in very bad shape. You know, when you have 150 coats of paint on something, it's not good. You're supposed to, what they call, strip it. I don't use a word like that too easily. I will tell you, in construction, if you don't strip the paint off, it gets worse and worse and worse, and it was looking bad. You couldn't even see the details of what was up here. We very carefully stripped it. Now we're doing it. You notice the scaffolding on the front of the White House we're doing. A lot of love is being put in the White House because, frankly, it was treated very badly by a lot of presidents, had no idea. The last one definitely had no idea. Do you think he walked in the office and said, I don't like the shape of the columns? I don't think so, Biden. Yeah, I don't like the shape of the columns. He didn't notice things like that. He didn't notice anything. But we're putting a lot of love back into the White House. This will happen every 200 years or so. You'll get somebody that will bring it back. But if you look at that wall right there, that beautiful wall of the building itself, that's been redone, and it's been done beautifully. And the best thing and the biggest thing that we're doing is we're building a ballroom and a tremendous military center. That was supposed to be top secret, but it's no longer top secret because no matter what you do, you get sued. They sue because they think the ballroom's too big, the ballroom's too small. I don't like the color of the ceiling. We don't like, you just get sued. In this world we're living, especially if your name is Trump, you get sued. And you get sort of good at it after a while. It becomes routine. It's ridiculous. But we're building something the likes of which will never be even close to being competed with. The ballroom is going up to there. You see, it's the hardest part is now completed, the base, and it's rising, very substantially rising. And when it's done, the most you can seat is about 93 people in the White House. It was always a problem. For 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom to be built. We don't have a ballroom in the White House. We have a room that's a little bit large, but it's not a ballroom. It's a very small room. We had King Charles here. Everybody wanted to be here. We couldn't hold anybody. But soon you'll be able to. I think it's going to be one of the most beautiful structures in Washington when it's completed. And I've done many ballrooms, and this will be, there won't be anything to compete with this anywhere in the country. And that's what it should have, and it'll use it exclusively only for the White House. But it's really what it should have. When you have heads of state, it's also able to hold the inauguration. We had, the inauguration was so cold that when you have January 20th, it's so cold, the weather, that generally the first time we got by with it, it was good. It was, like 34 degrees. But the last time it was below zero. And you weren't able, so we used the Capitol, and it's a very small space. It's not safe. It's not, they didn't have drones in mind when they built it. They didn't have other things in mind either. But we were able to get 921 people in, and this will hold many times that numbers of people without the tables as seats. And bulletproof, drone-proof, missile-proof in many cases, and beautiful at the same time. And a big military component, including on the roof, a drone port. Can you believe we have a drone port? And it's like no other. So we're doing a great service. It's great national security. We also take care of a need. Every president said, this is crazy. I'm sure that many of you, along with me, attended. We would have a presidential ceremony of some kind, or heads of state would come in. For instance, President Xi is coming here toward the end of September, the 24th, I believe. And what we need is a big ballroom. We could hold thousands of people to see him. Everyone wants to see him. Same thing with King Charles. Same thing with a lot of the leaders of countries. And now we're going to have a place the likes of which no country has. I was in the Great Hall of China recently, 4 weeks ago, when I was in China there.
We are continuing to listen in to the president's remarks. I also want to let you know that in the preliminary hearing that's going on right now for Tyler Robinson, they are getting ready to discuss the officer's assignment and what happened the day of September 10th, back when that shooting happened. So we are monitoring that as well. In fact, let's go ahead and listen in live for a few minutes here as we hear some testimony from this officer with the Utah Valley University Police Department.
That was some of our barrier that we put up so people wouldn't go above that and walk. So I was sitting right by those flower plants that were by the Fugal on the south end.
So is the south end on the bottom of this photograph?
Yes.
Where that walkway kind of begins from the bottom?
Yes.
And you've referred to a tent. Is that the white object we see inside the courtyard?
Yeah, that square white object with the tent.
Okay, thank you. So you were securing that area?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity that morning, you mentioned you checked on about 11 o'clock,
yes,
that morning and later, to walk around campus that day?
Yes.
Did you walk along the Hall of Flags that day?
I did.
That walkway?
Yes.
Did you visit the courtyard that day as well?
Down below, yes, on the south end. I was down there.
Okay. Let's see. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 2. And that should come up on your monitor there. Let me know when you see that, if you would.
Your Honor, if we could maybe not have it on the lectern screen. We're getting reports that the documents shown on the lectern screen are being live streamed. So maybe if we could just not show that one until it's admitted.
Mr. Grunander?
I'll submit it to the court, Judge. I've got copies of these for myself.
Okay.
That I can refer to as I'm asking questions.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and grant the request by Ms. Nestor. We'll go ahead and
We'll have to turn it off. Turn it off.
just there should be a power button to turn it off.
I'm not sure where that's at.
Thank you, Jeff.
Go ahead. See that thing. Sorry. Okay. You're good.
And if at any point, Mr. Grunander, you do need to use the monitor, let's revisit that. And obviously, Ms. Nestor, you can renew your objection if needs be. But for now, the monitor's turned off. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Officer, do you see State's Exhibit number 2 on your monitor?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of from the east side looking west of the campus.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And does it show, for example, the Losi Center that we've talked about?
Yes, it does.
Does it depict the Woodbury Business Building that we've talked about?
Yes.
What about the Fugal Building?
Yes.
Does it show the Sorensen Center?
Yes.
And also the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
In this particular exhibit, can you also see the courtyard?
I can. A partial of it.
A partial of it? Okay. does it fairly and accurately depict this area of campus of UVU on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers state's exhibit number 2.
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection. We also argue that a foundation hasn't been laid in terms of the time this was taken or who took it, and at what point in time this was created and how. So I don't think he has any personal knowledge of that, and we'd object.
Mr. Grunander.
The same arguments, Judge. He has testified that he's familiar with it. He has personal familiarity with it. He's testified that it's fair and accurate as of the day of September 10th, 2025. And that's what was asked of him.
All right. I will go ahead and overrule the objection by defense, noting that the witness has laid, he has expressed that this is a fair and accurate representation of what it purports to be, and he's familiar with it. He was there on the day on September 10th, and because that foundation has been laid, State's Exhibit 2 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. State moves to publish Exhibit 2.
All right.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to this exhibit on the monitor facing the gallery of the court today. Can you describe, there's a large building in the middle of that photograph, slightly above the middle, but what building are we looking at there?
You're looking at the top of the rooftop of the Losi building. It's got 2 different grays, like a lighter gray and a darker gray, kind of.
Are you familiar with that rooftop then?
Yes, I am.
And what's it made of?
It's made of gravel.
Gravel, okay. You mentioned 2 different grades, or did you say grays?
Grays.
Grays, okay.
Yeah, grays.
All right. Now you described that you could see the courtyard, but it wasn't easily visible in this photograph. Where is the courtyard located on the State's Exhibit number 2?
So you got the white roof that's going to be in the middle, just to the top of the building where the Losi is. I described there's a white roof there. That's the Sorensen building, and it's just below that. You can see some grass, and that's where the courtyard is. It's just to the left of that white roof.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if the witness could actually come down from the stand and point out where the courtyard is located in this exhibit for the court's benefit.
All right. Do we have a second microphone so it picks up his voice? Okay, Ms. Nestor, thank you for allowing us. Officer, you may step down, approach the monitor, and I would ask that you speak into the microphone when responding to a question.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
So, Officer, for our benefit, would you describe again where the Losi Center is in this photograph?
The Losi Center is going to be this one with the gray roofs. It's got 2 different colors of gray.
2 different colors of gray. Yes. Okay. I'm blind. I can't see those 2 different colors from here, but.
The witness, who is a former officer with the Utah Valley University Police Department, describing the day of the Charlie Kirk shooting, still very preliminary kind of things right now, talking about the layout of things, talking about the courtyard, that event where we saw a big crowd there that day for that Charlie Kirk event before shots rang out on September 10th. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and want to go ahead and listen back in as we're continuing to hear testimony from this former officer of the Utah Valley University Police Department who is testifying on the first day here of the preliminary hearing of Tyler Robinson in the Charlie Kirk murder case. Let's go ahead and listen in.
They puts them right here on this pathway that goes between the Losi Center and down towards the computer science building. There's a red pathway. There's actually a little handrail, like a little guardrail, probably about a couple feet high, that somebody could jump over.
Is that area restricted? Is it off limits?
Yes, it is. There's kind of like a natural barrier with the guardrail, and from there on, there's no path. It's gravel roof, so it's not paved like everything else.
But someone could hop over that railway?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can take your seat again.
Thank you.
Officer Bagley, I'm now going to refer you to your attention to State's Exhibit number 3. That's going to come up on your monitor as well. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I do see it.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a drone picture of the campus, more of the courtyard, looking eastward.
Okay. I've asked you about several buildings on campus. I'm going to ask you about those same buildings, whether they're depicted in this exhibit, okay? Do you see where the Hall of Flags is located?
Yes, I do. It's down towards the bottom. It's a red brick pathway. It would be the Hall of Flags.
Okay. What about the Fugal building?
Fugal building is going to be to the right of the picture. It's going to be a white roof building off to the right, directly south of the courtyard.
And the Woodbury business building?
Woodbury is going to be another red path that's going to be just to the east of the Fugal building. It's got a gray roof and some red path.
The Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be on the left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof, different levels, and that would be the Sorensen Center.
Okay. The Losi Center, where's that located in relationship to the Sorensen Center that you've described?
Of the Sorensen Center, it's going to be just directly east of the Sorensen Center, towards the top of the picture. You can see the two different colors of gray of the gravel that's on the roof.
Okay. And can you see the courtyard in this photograph?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is this picture a fair and accurate depiction of this area of Utah Valley University's campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we renew the standing objection. We also object again that this individual can't identify when the picture was made or how it was made or by whom.
Mr. Gernander.
Same response, Judge. And just for the record, I was also point the court to State v. Purcell, which is a Supreme Court case here in the state of Utah, 1985, which essentially stands for the proposition that if a competent witness with personal knowledge of the facts represented in a photograph can testify that that photograph accurately represents those facts, the exhibit's admissible. He's also spoke about the date being September 10th, 2025. The showing that's required here is essentially a prima facie showing. We're not required to show proof beyond a reasonable doubt, for example, that it was accurate that day or even a preponderance of the evidence. But we'll submit it on that, Judge.
All right, I'm just taking a brief glance at the case you cited.
I can give the citation if Your Honor would like.
If you have that, I'd appreciate that.
It's 711 Pacific 2nd, 243. And I'm looking at page number 245.
All right. The court finds that the witness is familiar with the scene. He testified that it is a fair and accurate representation of what State's Exhibit 3 purports to be, and the court finds that necessary foundation has been laid and overrules the objection. State's Exhibit 3 may be admitted, is admitted, and may be published.
State would move to publish State's Exhibit 3.
All right.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer, if you would come down into the well of the court, I'm going to ask you a few questions about this Exhibit 3 as well.
Okay.
Can you point out where the Hall of Flags is located and describe that for the record?
The Hall of Flags is going to be down here on the bottom of the picture. It's going to have a red brick pathway with some flowers along the top of it.
You mentioned that you were securing an area of that.
Yes.
That hall, that walkway. Where were you stationed?
I was down here by the end of the flower pots, which is down here on the south side towards the Fugal building on the far right of the picture.
Okay. In relationship to where you were stationed, where is the Fugal building then?
The Fugal building is just to the right of me, so it would be on the south end of me.
Okay. And so it's on the right side of the photograph there?
Far right side of the photograph, yes.
What about the business building?
The business building is just going to be in the middle of the picture on the far right. It's going to have some red brick pathways. It's going to be multi-level, and that would be the Woodbury building.
Okay. The Sorensen Center, where is that located on the photograph?
Sorensen Center is going to be middle to far left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof on top of it, multi-level.
Okay. And the Losi Center, where is that located?
Losi Center is going to be towards the top of the picture, kind of off-centered a little bit, but it's going to have the 4 or 5 floors that are the 4 floors that are sitting right there.
Okay. Can you describe those stories, what we're looking at? Where do you find 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly 5?
So this is ground level where the courtyard is. So this, as you go over in towards the Losi building inside, there's an elevator that would be ground 1, level 1. Level 2 would be the second one where these red ATVs are sitting on the grass right there in the middle of the picture. If you go up from that, that would be the 3rd level. And your 4th level, which is the actual top level of the building, is that very top one with the windows that you can see.
Okay. Is there an atrium on the top of that?
There is an atrium. It's got a little sphere on the top of it. It looks like a little square right on top of the Losi building. That would be an atrium.
Now, you mentioned 2 shades of gray on the rooftop of the Losi.
The former officer continuing to testify right now, and now pointing out some things on a photograph that we cannot see, given the decision by the judge earlier today that the cameras cannot show the exhibits that are being published and being shown on the screen inside the courtroom. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're continuing to monitor this hearing in Provo, Utah, but we are going to step aside for a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back.
Well, I'll refer you to the exhibit.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. More testimony right now from the first witness that has been called to the stand in this Charlie Kirk murder hearing, preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson, who was charged with aggravated murder. On the stand right now is a former officer with the Utah Valley University Police Department. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Do you see State's Exhibit 35 in your monitor?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an aerial view of the campus and the northeast area, just north of the campus neighborhoods of Utah Valley University in Orem.
Okay. And how can you personally tell that this is a photograph of the campus and the neighborhood to the northeast of campus?
I can tell because I recognize all the buildings, the roads that are around it, the streets, the roundabouts, the neighborhood to the north or towards the top of the building or picture also.
Now, I've asked you about several buildings and landmarks on campus. Are you able to see the courtyard on this exhibit?
Yes, you are.
And just for the record, can you describe where this is located on the exhibit?
So right in the center towards the bottom, there's a white triangle roof. That's white. That would be the Sorensen building. It's the patch of grass that's just directly south of towards the bottom of that on the picture. So it's kind of centered, but more towards the bottom, right in the middle.
On this exhibit, are you able to see the Fugel building?
Yes, I am.
And in relationship to this courtyard, where is that located?
That's going to be south of the courtyard with the white roof.
What about the Woodbury Business Building?
Woodbury Business Building is going to be to the east, and it's going to have a red brick path top.
Okay. Can you see the Hall of Flags on this?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the courtyard again?
It's directly west of the courtyard.
And the Losi Center. Can you see the Losi Center?
Yes, you can see the Losi Center.
Where's that at?
It's going to be kind of northeast of the courtyard. The two patches of gray that's almost in the center of the picture, just to the slight right of the center.
Okay. I've asked you previously about the LDS Institute building. Can you see that on this exhibit?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the Losi Center?
It's directly north of the Losi Center. It's got a white roof, and it's almost directly in the center of the photo.
Okay. And as we've talked about a parking structure that's nearby the Institute building, do you see that?
Yes, it's just to the west or left side of the picture of the Institute building.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Utah Valley University's campus and the surrounding neighborhood to the north and east on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, renew the standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no indication on this photograph of when it was taken in terms of relation to the actual incident at issue here.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Granado.
Same response, Judge, but I would just add one more case for the court's benefit. This is State v. Wager, or Wager, W-A-G-E-R. This is a Utah Court of Appeals case from 2016. The citation is 372 Pacific 3rd, 91. And the significance of this case, Your Honor, at issue there was a photograph of the defendant there who was smoking methamphetamine allegedly in his bathroom. The witness that was testifying, that laying the foundation at trial, was not present when the photograph was taken. Could not tell the date on which it was taken, but he had been in the bathroom before, was familiar with the defendant's bathroom and familiar with the defendant. He testified to that personal knowledge, and the court found that was sufficient foundation. So that case, in addition to the other case, the Purcell case, and my previous arguments, and I'll submit it to the court.
Ms. Nestor, anything else you wish to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Given the testimony of the witness who's testified he's familiar with this location, he went in detail describing the various neighborhoods and location. He mentioned the roundabout and identified the buildings in State's Exhibit 35. And it was noted that it is a fair and accurate representation of this campus as of September 10th, 2025. The court is going to overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 35 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. The state moves to publish it, and if granted, may I approach the exhibit?
You may.
Officer, I've asked you about a number of the buildings located on campus. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about those and to help orient the court to what the judge is looking at, and then ask you about some of the streets.
More questions about the buildings on the campus of Utah Valley University in this hearing right now. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us this afternoon. Let's go ahead and listen back into this preliminary hearing going on in Provo, Utah. First witness on the stand, a former officer with the Utah Valley University Police Department, describing the campus layout and how things were the day of September 10th. That's the day that Charlie Kirk was shot and killed on that campus. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Parking structure, and it goes all the way around campus, comes back down to the bottom of the picture where the roundabout is, and that would be Campus Drive.
Okay. Are you familiar with where 800 South is in Orem?
Yes.
Is that depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Where's that at?
It's at the top of this photo. It's going to be the long straight road. That's right here at the top of the photo.
Okay. What about 850 South? Are you familiar with that street?
I am. 850 South is going to be towards the right of the photo, top right of it. There's going to be a street that goes east to west. It looks like a horseshoe, kind of. It's going to be the road that goes east to west. In the middle of that horseshoe would be 850.
Okay, so 850 is parallel to 800 South.
Yes.
And just below on this photograph.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with 600 West?
I am.
And where's that street in relationship to 850 south?
That would be on the far right side of the horseshoe, so towards the right side of the picture, and it's going to be the right side of that horseshoe.
And that runs north and south?
North and south.
Okay. What about 720 west? Are you familiar with that street?
Yes, I am.
And where's that at?
That's going to be to the left side of the horseshoe. That runs north and south, and it comes down towards the bottom.
Okay. And finally, 925 south.
925
Is that
south.
depicted?
It's going to be on the bottom of the horseshoe that connects those other two wests.
Okay, so just in summary, will you describe the horseshoe and what streets make up that horseshoe?
So the horseshoe comes up off of 800 South, and directly south of that, you'll have 850 South, which is going to be running east to west. On the left side is 725 west of the horseshoe, and it comes down into 925 South, which wraps back around to 600 west on the far right side of the horseshoe, on the right side of the picture.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can be seated. Okay. I'm going to take you back to September 10th, 2025. You mentioned you were on campus. You had a particular assignment.
Yes.
Mr. Granander, I'm sorry. We're just going to pull down the exhibits.
Okay.
Thank you. You may continue.
Would you like me to take this exhibit down, Judge?
Are you referring to it in your line of questioning right now?
Not right now, I'm not.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it down.
So you were securing the Hall of Flags walkway, correct?
Yes.
On the south end.
Yes.
What was happening that morning, that day at campus at UVU?
I came in to do a shift for a special event where we had a guest speaker come in and was going to talk to the students and people around the neighborhood.
Do you know who the guest speaker was?
I do.
And who was that?
It was Charlie Kirk.
Did you see Mr. Kirk that day?
I did.
When did you first see him?
When he arrived on campus, just behind the west side of the Hall of Flags, I saw him pull up.
And can someone access the courtyard through that area?
Yes, they can.
How so?
Where he pulled up underneath the Hall of Flags is a opening to where you could drive a car underneath. So there's access right there. You could walk or drive underneath the Hall of Flags.
And you saw him arrive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what you were seeing? What did you observe?
On that day, I observed Charlie going back, doing some meet and greet with some people, getting some photos taken. He then came underneath the Hall of Flags and went to his tent, and he was there answering questions and talking to individuals that would ask him questions.
The tent you're referring to, is that the tent that we see when it was set up in the courtyard?
Yeah, that white square tent.
The white top?
Yes, he was under that.
Fast forward to about 12:20 or so a little bit after noon, the noon hour. What happened? What did you see and what did you hear?
I heard an individual talking to Charlie, and I happened to kind of glance over the edge of the railing about that time. I could see the right side of Charlie's shoulder, so not his whole body, because he was underneath the tent, so I could only see probably the right side of his body. He was answering a question, kid asked him a question, and then I heard a shot fired.
Do you know what time that was?
Yes.
What time was that?
12:23.
What did you see?
At that moment, I saw him lean to the left, so
When you say him, you see
Charlie.
Charlie?
So I saw him go to the left because I could no longer see the right side of his body. So he went further underneath the tent to the north side of the tent, so left.
Okay. Can you describe the reaction of others that were there?
Yeah, so then everybody started getting up and starting to run in more of a chaos kind of situation.
Before you continue, can you describe a little bit? So you mentioned Mr. Kirk was answering questions, talking to individuals.
Yes.
Were there others present?
Yes.
Any idea about approximately how many? How would you describe it in your terms?
In my terms, I'd say when I was up there looking down, I'd say there's several thousand people because you had it on the grass. It was jam-packed in the amphitheater, sitting on the grass. You had people standing on the back up along the cement. You had people that were on the second level, the Sorensen, and over by the Woodbury building. There's another level there where a lot of people were standing and watching. So it was pretty packed, several thousand people.
You mentioned you heard something. What did you hear again?
I heard a gunshot.
Okay. And can you describe you described Mr. Kirk's reaction? Was that simultaneous to hearing the gunshot?
Yes, it was.
When he fell to the left?
Yes.
Did you see the reaction from the crowd?
Yes.
What was that?
Everybody kind of got up. They all said, a lot of people were screaming, standing up, and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Okay. You're a police officer helping to secure the area, correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
At that moment, I recognized it as gunfire. I left my post, which was right there on the south end of the Hall of Flags. I proceeded to right where the Fugle and the Hall of Flags meet. There's some outside stairs that I was starting to run down. As I was trying to get down to the bottom of the stairs, people were running up. People were laying down on the steps. I'm trying to jump over people to get to the bottom of the stairs so I can help stop an individual that's probably shooting.
What happened next?
By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, I was informed on the radio that we had a shooter in custody. So I thought at that moment, I was like, wow, that was kind of fast. Obviously, it was closer range probably because we had an individual in custody. Another officer came on and said we had an individual in custody. So I decided to, since the threat is gone, now I can assess for anybody that's injured and start looking for any medical needs that's needed at that moment. I started canvassing the area. As I canvassed the area, I was looking for anybody that was injured. I saw a kid on the ground that was on about the second or third tier in the grass next to a wheelchair, and he was almost convulsing. I thought he'd maybe been shot. Talked to the dad as I was running over there. He said that he was just having a seizure, that he was fine, he was not injured. So then at that moment, I observed that there was no other injuries that I could see at that moment.
Okay. Was your attention drawn to anything else at that time?
Yeah, so after we got some people kind of cleared away a little bit, I thought I needed to start preserving the scene because we had a crime scene. And with some of my experience and training to that effect I decided now we need to contain the scene and help preserve as much evidence as we can. So I started pushing people off the grass, out of the courtyard area because I knew that's where the crime scene was. So as we started pushing those guys out, my Chief Long, that was right next to me, I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass. And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
And what causes you to say that?
Just from being around firearms through all my trainings, the difference is, a handgun is more of a short bang pop sound. With a rifle, you have more of a longer, violent bang or crackle sound. It's more of a violent kind of sound. It's longer, so that's why I recognized it.
Okay. Is a rifle sound louder typically?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to when you heard this gunshot, could you tell where it came from? As far as direction?
Yes, I knew it came from the east of me.
From the east of you.
Yeah.
Okay. So you see this realization comes to your mind. What did you do next?
At that moment when I saw the holster, the empty holster, I turned to my chief and I said, that was a rifle shot. And he said, I agree. And I looked up at that moment, right in the line of sight, I could see the Losi building had a direct line of sight. So I proceeded to go look at that and see what was going on up there.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe your route to the Losi Center?
So from the courtyard, you can go into the Sorensen Center, and like I said earlier, there was on level 1, there's some elevators or there's stairs. I ran up 4 flights of stairs, got to the 4th level of the Losi building, and proceeded to the south of the LOSI building, there's some stairs, which is at breezeway between the computer science building and the LOSI building. There's some stairs that go up to the top of that. And so I went to the top of that.
Is that the stairway that you previously described?
Yes, on the outside of the LOSI building.
Okay. And it's a public stairway?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you make it to the rooftop?
I did.
Do you know about what time you got there?
I got there at 12:44.
Okay. What did you do when you got on top?
When I got on top, I hopped over the guardrail. I noticed that there was an object which was sitting right about 10 or 15 feet in from the other side of the guardrail in the gravel. That looked out of place to me.
And in relationship to where you hopped over the guardrail, what direction was that object?
To the west of the guardrail.
Okay. And did you recognize the object?
I did.
And what was it?
It was a red and black screwdriver.
Okay. Did you touch that object?
I did not.
Okay. I am going to refer the witness on your screen, Officer Bagley, to State's Exhibit 3.1. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of the screwdriver that I saw that day on top of the rooftop of the LOSI building.
Okay. And that's how it appeared on the roof that day?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the screwdriver you observed and found that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 3.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no foundation laid as to when the photo was taken or by whom. Thank you.
Same response, Judge. My previous arguments.
And did you state that this was a fair and accurate representation as of September 10th, 2025?
I had said that day. I'll ask it again.
All right.
To the officer. Officer Bagley, you saw this screwdriver you're describing on September 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 3.1 a fair and accurate depiction of that screwdriver that day, September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
All right.
State moves to admit.
I will go ahead and admit State's Exhibit 3.1 is admitted based off of the first-hand knowledge of this, what this image purports to be, and it is a fair and accurate representation as this item on that date of September 10th, 2025, and this exhibit may be published.
Your Honor, before we continue to publish it and ask a few more questions, right now might be a good time to take a break.
All right.
If that's okay with the court.
All right, let's come back at, it's 10:43, let's go ahead and come back, well, 10:44. Let's come back at 11 o'clock and then we'll resume direct examination. Court is in a brief recess.
All right.
Court in recess, taking a break here right now as testimony continues in the preliminary hearing of Tyler Robinson. Been going on for, what, a couple hours? Almost a couple hours now in Provo, Utah, hearing testimony from an officer who you heard describe the moments leading up to the shots being fired and then his immediate reaction in the aftermath of that. The first witness on the stand of what is expected to be a 5-day preliminary hearing in Utah. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. Just about Summer League time for the NBA. We are hearing from Orlando Magic Summer League head coach DJ Baker speaking right now to reporters as the Summer League roster has come into focus. And so let's go ahead and listen in live.
Everything getting going so late.
Yeah, I think speaking with Coach, identifying who we want to be as a team, understand what are the standards and expectations that we want to set with the players, what's the work environment that we want to create for the staff and for the players, what does it look like, what does it feel like, the energy, the competitiveness, and the daily consistency to strive to be a little bit better each and every day. So if we can establish that foundation, that's our goal, and then obviously identifying what leads to a highly efficient offense and a highly efficient defense, and just establishing those baseline principles and then building on those each and every day.
Isaiah Nelson was a very impactful player in college. What have you seen from him since he got here to Orlando?
First of all, his competitiveness and his motor are off the charts. Always talking, always asking questions, great eye contact. Great screener, loves physicality. So when a player has that type of a makeup and that type of a DNA, you feel comfortable going in battle with them. And then obviously, like all rookies, all right, we're learning terminology, we're learning style of play and what that looks like. But really impressed with who he is as a human being and his DNA and makeup as a player.
What do you makes a successful Summer League player for a team?
Yeah, the team carrying over what we just did the last 5 days. Who do we want to be? Do they represent our team idea? Are we consistent? Are we connected? And are we competitive? If we're those three things each and every night, okay, that's our team identity. That's what we believe leads to success. And then offensively, are we spacing? Are we sharing the ball? Are we taking high quality shots? Defensively, are we winning the physicality battle? Are we communicating at a very high level? And are we taking pride on that side of the floor? I think executing offensively, executing defensively, and the makeup of our team, if we establish that, great Summer League for us.
Everyone good?
Thank you.
All right,
All right, cool. Great to meet you guys. Yep. Thank you.
So we got shorty and we got tall.
So DJ Baker speaking to reporters there. We're going to hang tight on this shot here for another minute just to see if we are able to. Yeah, here we go. We've got. Let's go ahead and hold on. Let's go ahead and listen in live as. Is our maybe having some issues with our feed there, but again, hearing from some of the rec league or the Summer League players. This is Noah Pinda, who has just walked up right now. Let's go ahead and listen.
And play some pretty aggressive defense. I want to say be really physical and crash on the offensive glass. It's going to be really important this year. But yeah, it's definitely a change.
How does Summer League feel different this year for you than it did last year when you came here?
I want to say status. Obviously, you want to see, and I think coaches are expecting to see evolution in the way you play, the way you approach the game, the poise during the game. I think it's going to be the biggest thing. Erase the little rookie mistake, if I can say it like this. But after, just play your game. Don't get out of your own way of playing to show stuff that you won't do during the regular season.
Was there regular season stuff that you learned on the court that you were kind of anxious to take to the court in the summer?
Say that again?
Is there anything in the regular season that you learned being on your first NBA team that you're kind of anxious to take into the summer league court?
I mean, yes. I guess you want to play the summer league how you're going to play the NBA season. I want to say you're not going to take it easy, if I can say like this, during the summer league, and then be surprised when you arrive at the training camp with the NBA guys, and then get out of the rotation just because you approach the game easier in the summer.
What's the biggest thing you learned during your rookie season?
Biggest thing, NBA season is really long, and you're gonna have plenty of opportunity to get in the rotation. So with that being said, I also want to say that you will, I mean, there will be moments where you're gonna be out of the rotation, and you have to stay consistent in the work you put in outside of the moments. I mean, outside the court, outside of the games. And yeah, consistency is the biggest key to stay and have a long career.
I know it's new, but Sean Sweeney is the new coach. You know, how is he different than Jamal Mosley last year? What have you learned from Coach so far? Are you getting to know him?
I mean, it's pretty much the same approach. Just a lot of accountability from the leaders. Yeah, he asked us to be real leaders from day one, be the one that run the most, that talk the most, that do the thing the right way all the time. So yeah, that's, I want to say, the biggest takeaway from him.
How much confidence can you take from the summer league into an NBA regular season?
A little bit, yeah. I want to say it's a good way to see the first improvements from the work you've been putting in during the summer. And after, I want to say it's important for every player that's going to get on the NBA court to be confident in his game and his abilities. You don't have to be overconfident, but you definitely can bring some of that confidence that you get during the summer league, during the NBA season.
How have you felt yourself kind of taking on that leadership role that coach wants you to bring to the summer league team? As you know, someone there are some veteran players in this group, but as a guy who's been in the NBA, been with this team before.
So Coach Sweeney asked me to be one of the most vocal guys, especially on defense. I want to say it's the hardest part for me to be vocal, especially because of the language barrier. Even though I think I speak a pretty good English, but for me, I think leading by example on how you put the energy, the work, the recovery, for example, I think it was the biggest part for me.
Most important question, how far can France go in the World Cup?
Oh, I want to say I mean, anything other than first place is going to be a bad thing for us, I want to say.
Is Mbappe the GOAT?
Of France?
Of all time.
No.
He's catching Messi right now.
No. Even though we come from the same city, actually, we attended the same high school. Yeah, no, he's not the GOAT. Yeah, himself, no.
Thank you.
Of course.
Noah Pinda speaking to reporters there. Unclear if we'll get to hear from anyone else here, but yeah, here's Jace Richardson. Let's go ahead and listen in.
All right, Jace, first question. Can the USA win the World Cup?
I think it's possible. We have a squad. I don't think we've looked this good since, the last World Cup I remember us looking like really, really great was 2010. So I think this is the best team since then, and, we've been looking good. So hopefully we get it done today. It's going to be a tough one, but I hope we get it done.
Jace, what are the things that they've been trying to instill in you since this camp got started, and what are some of the things you've focused on both the offensive and defensive end?
I think the main thing that they're just emphasizing is being a leader, being the most vocal guy in here, especially at the point guard position, just being as vocal as I can, help the other guys out, and just make sure my voice is being heard offensively and defensively. Pushing the pace offensively, I think, is one of the biggest things that we're kind of doing offensively right now, is just pushing the pace, seeing how fast we can get down the floor, see if we can get open looks, and then defensively just being a pest. On the ball, off the ball, 94 feet, just being a pest.
How do you feel different coming into Summer League before your second season than you did last year ahead of your rookie season?
I think just my body. I feel like I've worked on my body a lot this summer. I feel a lot stronger, feel a lot more quicker, more agile, more in shape, more conditioned. So I definitely feel a lot better in those shapes.
Were there things you learned during the regular season that you're kind of anxious to take to the Summer League court?
I think just positioning defensively and, just being a defensive guy, different plays, different reads I got to make defensively, so just being a pest.
Jace, you had to get some real game reps in your rookie season. You got thrown into some important positions. How crucial was that for your development, especially now as a leader trying to lead this new group of guys through this Summer League tenure here?
Super important. I think there's no better way to learn than to get thrown in the fire early, so just having those moments and looking back on them, I felt like there was a lot to learn from, but also a lot of good things to take away from. So just trying to bring those positive things and those negative things and just work on them during the Summer League.
What are your early impressions of working with Coach Sweeney?
It's great, and he's been a great guy. He's been very vocal as of lately. Just making sure he's setting the tone. A lot of accountability, a lot of leadership from him. So it's a lot to learn from him, but it's been great.
What's a successful Summer League to you?
Just winning games and getting better. Competing at a high level. There's a lot of high-level guys at these games, so just competing at a high level, working together, and try to get wins.
Noah talked about Coach Sweeney asking you and him to be a leader as one of the holdovers from last year's team. What does that look like for you? I know there's some veteran guys on the Summer League squad, but what does that look like for you, and what are they kind of looking for you on that front, especially as a point guard?
I think just being as vocal as I can, and a lot of the drills are telling me be vocal because it kind of starts off with me and then it trickles down to everybody else. So, just being as vocal as I can in all these drills, especially when we're doing, the transition defense, transition offense, just pushing the pace, setting up guys up, and then getting to my spots as well.
It's obviously not an NBA regular season, but what kind of confidence can a player take from Summer League into a regular season?
A lot of confidence. It's your first ever look at an NBA game for some of these guys, and, you want to come out on the right note. So, just playing as competitive as you can, and, just taking areas where you can learn and then improving in areas where you can grow as well.
Jace Richardson speaking with reporters right now and said he's pretty confident, thinks it's possible for the U.S. men's national team to win the World Cup as well. So talking some soccer and talking some basketball as well. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Major layoffs today announced within Microsoft, and also if you drill down even more specifically into Xbox, 1,600 layoffs happening today, another 1,600 expected to happen over the next fiscal year. So major impacts there, and we're looking at what this means. And joining us live now to help us make sense of this announcement and where things go from here, we are joined by Khalif Adams, who's the CEO of Spawn on Me LLC and the Spawn on Me podcast. Khalif, thanks for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Always good to see you, and sorry it has to be under these circumstances, but excited to talk about all of this.
Yeah, it's tough news. I mean, that's a lot of layoffs within Xbox. Also announced they're parting ways with 4 game studios. Just give me your reaction to this news coming from the Xbox CEO today.
Yeah, this is a hard one to swallow for a lot of folks who have been in the space for a long time. A lot of folks who are working within the industry are going to find themselves without a job today. And there's a lot of folks who are going to be, watching the clock and kind of looking towards the rest of this year and saying, am I next? Which is problematic in multiple ways, not only for Xbox, but the human toll for what we see here is a continuation of something that we've seen as a trend, not only in the video game industry, but also with Microsoft in and of itself. This is probably now, I think, the 4th or 5th big round of layoffs since the Activision Blizzard acquisition. I think that happened in 2023. And now we're seeing, again, another big round of layoffs that are going to, hurt not only the companies that are in that mix and the internal folks who are working at that company, but, some of the secondary studios that are now having to find new suitors and new places to be able to do the work that they've been doing for many, many years now.
So what happened here? How did we get to this point?
Oh, that's a very big answer for a very short question. I think there's been lots of different reasons for this. I think, we've seen some big bets happen in the previous management structure that we've seen with Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond, who had been there for, Phil Spencer was there for over, a couple of decades. Sarah Bond a little bit newer to the company, but had a couple years in as well and made some big bets, not only on their subscription service Game Pass, but also with a lot of acquisitions. The big conversation around where this has kind of led has been, was it worth it in terms of buying an $80 billion company in Activision and Blizzard with the hopes that it would bolster your portfolio and also give you a leg up on the competition, which was and continues to be Nintendo and Sony, in a discussion point where they were in last place when the conversation around the FTC mergers came up, and Phil Spencer was talking under deposition about where they were as a business. He said very loudly that we were in last place, and a lot of these maneuvers and movements wound up feeling like a ditch effort to kind of figure out a way to get back into the race. And we've seen now that a lot of those maneuvers and a lot of those ideas that were kind of put in place didn't necessarily pan out the way that they wanted, and now we're seeing the kind of human toll and repercussions of what happens when those big bets don't work.
Now, we've seen the memo from the Xbox CEO, and I know on social media you highlighted a couple of things that kind of stood out to you about the message. Just highlight those for us. What do you make of what we're hearing and kind of what it tells us about maybe the direction that things may be heading now?
Yeah, I had a quick kind of, look through the memo that was shared. And, from my purview, I think, one of the things that was in that discussion point was we are no longer a place where we can kind of facilitate the growth of, or at least, having all of these kinds of studios in our fold. We see, award-winning studios like Compulsion Games. We're seeing Undead Labs. We're seeing a couple of other big-name studios in that mix, Double Fine as well, who are known for games that are a little bit more on the quirky side. They're not the kind of big blockbuster titles that would kind of usually be in the mix for game players. players, but they had this very special and interesting creative flair that made them different than a lot of the other kind of portfolios that you saw. And now we're kind of seeing that with this contrition of where we're going to move for Xbox, or at least what CEO Asher Sharma has talked about. My worry is that we're going to see portfolios that are less interesting and kind of more formulaic in looking at the big studios that they still have in their fold with the well-known IPs that they know usually sell really, really well. If you're trying to get out of a financial hole, the only thing you can do is try to sell as many units, sell as much hardware as you can, and try to find good titles that will be the tentpole ones that you go out and market, and hopefully that brings in millions of players into the fold. My worry is that when you have this contrition, you have these layoffs that happen, you lose a ton of folks who build those games, and then you wind up leaning on some of those titles that wind up being those seminal ones, like a Fallout or something to that effect, and winds up making a factory out of those studios where you're like, I just need those games at this point. So I worry a little bit about the future of what Xbox is going to look like from a creative standpoint, and wondering if this pigeonholes some of those larger studios who have been working on games for a long time to not only either ramp up production in a way that might necessarily be well for them, but also gives them a space to kind of lean on their laurels in a way that doesn't help competition in the greater conversation around what games can be and what they should be.
That's a good point. What is the fallout from this? Obviously, beyond the human impact. I mean, obviously, that's a huge impact in itself. When we're talking about the number of layoffs here, the number of folks who are losing their jobs today and over the next year, and that's certainly not something to glaze over. But what is the kind of the implications and the impact of this when it comes to some of those potential new way of doing things?
Yeah, it is a unknown space right now. I think, luckily enough, and I say that with air quotes, luckily, because those folks who are now no longer being published by Xbox have to go and find, new ownership, and two of those studios in Double Fine and Compulsion have already. Arcane, which is making the Blade game, is still, in limbo a little bit, trying to figure out where they're going to land. Undead Labs, which is going to make State of Decay 3, which is a game that a lot of folks have been looking for and excited for, is also in that mix as well. It puts a lot of things in jeopardy. I think, one of the discussion points that I saw on social media last week, which was a ton of misinformation and a lot of speculation. And if you've worked at a studio like I have that has gone through some layoffs in the past, the worst thing that you can do as an employee is to kind of have, the Grim Reaper looking over your shoulder in some forms of fashion, or at least it feels that way. That doesn't help with production. That doesn't make you want to go to work. That doesn't make the games that you make easier to produce. It makes all of those things harder in an economic space where there is so much uncertainty. So I wonder again, like, the human toll is very important. I think we need to double down on those layers of the conversation. But from a industry perspective, I think we'll see some new IPs come up. We'll see some new ideas come through. But at least for Xbox, for the foreseeable future, my, tea leaves are saying that we're going to see a lot of sequels. We're going to see a lot of remakes. We're going to see a lot of retreading of ideas that were already in the ecosystem. And for me as a player, that's not as exciting. When you wind up seeing a lot of those folks go who could be the stewards of building these spaces and building these worlds that we want to play in. And if they don't have anywhere to go, a lot of the creativity goes along with them. So it's a very, very just hard road for Xbox moving forward. And I think Asher Sharma kind of talking to this and ripping the Band-Aid off is interesting in terms of transparency, but I also think it doesn't necessarily make anyone feel better when you look at that human toll again.
Some big names, as far as the games, moving to directly report to the CEO of Xbox. That would be King, which makes Candy Crush, Mojang, which makes Minecraft. I mean, those are huge when we talk about not just gameplay, but kind of cultural, impacts as well. So what do you make of that move in all this?
We'll see. I think, again, we're in a really, we're less than, 5 hours away from the initial discussion of a lot of where we've seen this kind of maneuver. It will really depend upon how hands-on Asha is with those particular companies. I think, King has done a fantastic job in the mobile space. It's the reason why they were acquired by Microsoft in the first place. Minecraft is a cultural touchstone for ages from, 5 to 45. They have, nailed what that game is going to be and the platform that it has become for education and multiple layers of what that discussion is. So, if it changes the fundamental ways that those games are monetized, played, and enjoyed, then that will be a discussion point to revisit later on. But right now, no one really knows, except for the fact that, those two are the big money makers within the larger ecosystem of Xbox currently. Those are the most kind of stable, avenues for revenue growth for them. And we will wind up seeing where that lands once we get more information about that.
Last thing here, Khalif, and I just want to look kind of big picture. What does this mean for the state of the industry? Is there anything kind of maybe bigger than just Xbox that we learn from this announcement today and what we're seeing, kind of the state of things?
Ooh, I mean, the last time I was on with you, we talked about PlayStation's side of the fence and how they are not also feeling the good vibes from the community in terms of where things are going. Does this have a much larger discussion point for the overall industry? Absolutely. I think we wind up again having to circle back on people. And, for everyone who's at home, who's watching this, you are part of this ecosystem with the way that you spend your money, with the way that you use your voice to be able to speak to these corporations and companies, because you, at the end of the day, are the people who are going to be enjoying and consuming this content and sharing your thoughts and feelings and emotions about what all of this means. But for folks who are working in this space, it feels like we are in a world of quicksand where everything is built on that. And with the, looming economic issues that we see across the world, the continuation of people losing jobs, an idea around innovation that seems to be slipping away, it is going to be a very hard road for most folks in the video game industry, myself included, and everyone else who is looking for work, to be able to find spaces to land, to be able to make the work that you want to make, and to be able to feel like you can do it and have any form of longevity in that work. This is a very trepidatious time for everyone who's in the video game industry, and it is a time to have a lot of self-reflection and a lot of hope that we might be able to turn this around in the not too distant future. So I'm worried, hopeful, and scared to be really honest about where it all lands. But at the end of the day, the players are the players, and the folks who are making the work, we hope that I can, and hope that we can all appreciate the work that they do every day, because they are really trying to bring us all joy at the end of it. So that's my hope. It's going to be a really weird time for the next foreseeable future and for the next couple of years.
Well, Khalif Adams, CEO of Spawn on Me podcast, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus, helping us make sense of this announcement today.
Thanks so much for having me.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, give you a live look in Seattle. We are about 6.5 hours away from kickoff. U.S. men's national team against Belgium in the round of 16 in the World Cup. And Flo Balogun going to be taken to the pitch despite that red card. Controversial red card in the last game. His one-game ban was suspended after an independent process that we heard yesterday. I guess that announcement being made, huge news, and has gotten some pushback, as you might imagine, and was even appealed by Belgium, who the U.S. is playing tonight. Well, we have just learned that FIFA has denied Belgium's appeal over that decision to suspend the one-game ban for Flo Balogun. And so the big news there, it appears that we will see Balogun on the pitch tonight. Fox 35's Aaron Page had the chance to speak with sports TV analyst Christina Unkel today about this suspension, the controversy surrounding it, and really what we make of all of this coming out ahead of tonight's game.
First, kind of give me your reaction to the news.
Yeah, the fact that Balogun's red card, which is, one would argue, and we all argue that it's just a yellow card, and why saying we, meaning like kind of football community. The reason why it's a bit of astonishing, and it's a first case of impression for this tournament is because in the FIFA tournament regulations, you cannot appeal a red card in an automatic one-game suspension on subjective elements by an official. And this was very clear in the tournament competitions. The FIFA executive said it the same. So for us to then get the news yesterday that their suspension, which was not overturned, and I think that's an important distinction, and for reasons why Article 27, which is what FIFA's disciplinary committee used, was basically they suspended the suspension. So they never overturned the referee's decision or the red card. They just suspended Balogun sitting out. So this is a case of first impression. People refer to Ronaldo and some other types of situations that happened prior to, but it's a first impression because it's never happened within the tournament, a red card given in the tournament and the suspension being deferred. So it's the first for many of us. It's kind of us all sitting here scratching our head because there's no rationale or explanation with the ultimate decision that came out of FIFA's disciplinary committee. So it leaves a very large vacuum of a lot of questions that are being asked that we have no answers to. So this is what happens, right? So this is where we're at.
Yeah, and talk to us about that. You've spoken about about transparency and about how FIFA, this is like something that FIFA really needs to hone in on. What should FIFA be saying right now to kind of clear the air, and what does a lack of explanation do for public trust?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is, and, any kind of administrative body, right, whether it's FIFA or another sporting organization, the law, et cetera, there's always room for discretionary. No one's objecting that. FIFA has its rights under Article 27 too, which is a very discretionary group. And, what they've operated under allows them to do this. So there's no argument there. And you hit in the word. The argument is in the sense of the explanation and the rationale. So when you don't explain a decision or factors or criteria, which is what was used to come to a decision to overturn something that by its own tournament regulations is not able to be overturned, it causes people to speculate. Here, right, they basically just came out with the determination that Balogun's red card is suspended, or the suspension of the red card is suspended, but without any explanation such as, okay, well, what cases can be heard under Article 27 and what were the, mitigating factors or considerations that, brought it to the attention of the disciplinary committee, and what did they rely on? And when those are apparent, and then you get the news criteria and the media coming around that, there's whether it's political or whether it's a soccer association that is going directly to what is considered an independent body, that is what causes concern. And as you can see around the world, there are some people who would argue it was a red card, right? But what you see around the world is people very, very concerned about the football integrity of a competition and protecting, not just effectively, right? Many are saying, oh, it's just Belgium. It's just, UEFA came out with a statement. It's the concern that if you don't have consistency, if you can't have trust in the process. Even if you don't like the process, at least it's predictable. So when it becomes unpredictable, it causes that chaos and uncertainty and saying, okay, if I'm not a powerful football country, or if I don't have influential actors on my side, will I have a fair shot? And you have to protect the integrity of sport, of saying that games are manipulated or thrown in favor of one, because once you start to lose that, you start to lose the enjoyment of the game by fans, and you start to lose the integrity of the game. And, that can effectively undermine the foundation of FIFA.
Do you think that the invocation of this article kind of opens kind of a Pandora's box for the rest of the tournament, or maybe for future tournaments?
Yeah, that is one main question you ask, is like, okay, how is this used moving forward, right? So I'm not going to use the word attorneys, but advocates, you would argue, well, all right, if you're going to be using this and not giving us an answer, we have no idea what case it applies to, then yes, use Article 27, right? There's some statements from some good sources out that France, in their last game of the round of 16, one of their key players got a yellow card, and typically by that does not suspend them for the next game, except in this tournament, there's something called yellow card accumulation. So Elise received a yellow card last game. He received a yellow card the game before. So he's going to automatically, by the tournament rules, have to sit out this next game. So the question is, okay, well, that second yellow that he received, one would argue he should not have received a yellow card because the other player, embellished and, basically claimed that he got hit in the face, which wasn't the case. So now France is considering, well, we don't know what the rules are. We don't know what the regulations. We typically can't appeal these, but let's try under Article 27, right? You can, I think probably the biggest one is Croatia. They had a goal in the back of the net. It was taken away by VAR's recommendation. Then he argued that it touched a hair follicle, but then the connected ball technology said that there was contact. Well, can you appeal that to Article 27? Can you appeal any controversial red cards to Article 27? And then what is considered controversial? We don't know, because we don't have an answer to that in the explanation by the disciplinary committee when they used Article 27. So it really undermines the tournament's regulations, and it really causes chaos and concern. And at the end of the day, everyone's going to try to take a sporting advantage. So those fans who are happy that Balogun is currently at this moment, right, because Belgium was granted a right to appeal. If you're happy that Balogun's playing tonight, but you don't like the process itself, that's okay. Both can exist in the same. And I think that's where everyone's finding themselves at, is, okay, how do you use this for a sporting advantage? But at the same time, we don't like the fact that this loophole has been opened.
And I wanted to also ask you about the exact wording of it, because I remember, because as you said, it's not necessarily an overturning, it's a suspension of a suspension. Is Balogun still at risk, for people who may not know, is he still at risk for receiving another red card during his suspension?
So when he is playing a game, so what it said was he is, like, think of it as probationary, right? If you think about criminal law, right? We're going to suspend your suspension as long as you don't mess up again, or you don't violate something. And so that's what he's under right now. So if he is allowed to play tonight, and I use the word if, just because right now, currently, Belgium has an appeal logged in and the Court of Arbitration of Sport is reviewing it. But if he is allowed to play tonight, if he creates a substantially similar kind of play, which in this situation would be basically a what we call studs, the bottom of the cleat challenge to an ankle or a boot, or somewhere in the torso, then that red card suspension can come back and resurface. If you're sitting there scratching your head, no worries. This is more theoretical than practical, but it is overhanging over him right now that if he commits a similar kind of foul, so let's say he commits a different kind of red card foul, denying an obvious goal scoring opportunity, meaning he technically pulled somebody down because he didn't want them to score, but it's not the same kind of red card, which is a serious foul play. One would argue that suspension would not be revived because it's not similar in instance. So it's really technical in nature. It's very nuanced in nature. But yes, it is still sitting over his head that if he does something, this could be revoked. But like I said, it's in theory, not really in practical nature itself.
So I also want to touch briefly on the kind of elephant in the room. Many people say that this decision was done as a result of intervention by the sitting president. Do you think it's dangerous if geopolitical influence can shift tournament discipline?
Yeah, FIFA has taken a very strong stance prior to this tournament. It's been part of their commentary. It's been part of their literature. It's been part of their, I'm not going to use the word propaganda, but it's been part of their narrative and their platform that, they attempt to remove politics from anything within sport, right? That's the reason why you're not allowed to see certain flags within, when a player scores a goal and then takes their shirt off and they get a yellow card automatically. Sometimes players will have shirts that have a political statement underneath it or some kind of thing that nods back. FIFA has been very, very adamant about saying politics should not intertwine into sport. No matter how hard you try, though, particularly when you are a global organization that's stepping into soils of other places, and as we can see with, bringing other countries in that, politically the countries might not be in agreement, but, the sporting side of it's a bit different. FIFA actually has its own statutes that prevent political bodies from being involved into FIFA directly. I forgot the word. It's not essentially tampering, but there's actually statutes that they've invoked it in the past when other countries have gotten involved in the sporting side of FIFA. And I'm surprised that those have not been reiterated more. Those have not been focused on a bit more, because one could argue from just a couple of some of the statements from some cited sources, that are reliable sources, that could have been the intervention here. And so there's already statutes in place to kind of prevent this type of engagement. And to your point, it's because at the end of the day, what happens to those football countries that are playing in these competitions and these tournaments who may not have powerful world leaders on the political side? All of a sudden, does it put the game's integrity into disrepute? And I think the answer is yes.
And I want to kind of swing back on the precedence of all of this, because I believe the first high-profile application of this was, as you said, as you talked about before, the case with Ronaldo in November. Do you think that this does set a precedent for these types of decisions to be made, or do you think that this is a much different situation and a much different part of the tournament?
Yeah, no, I think this Balogun's one does set a precedent moving forward, unless they go ahead and they either explain or clarify or put it under what considerations. But it is establishing a precedent. Back to your point on the Ronaldo one, for those who may not know, Ronaldo in a World Cup qualifier, meaning a game leading up to this tournament, received a red card for violent conduct, which comes with a 3-game suspension. He served one of the games, and 2 of them was used Article 27 to say he does not have to sit out the next 2 games entering into the World Cup game. So everyone's like, why does that distinction matter? It's Article 27. It's almost effectively the same thing. Yes and no. From a sporting advantage side of it, finding out 24 hours before a game when you're preparing your entire, defensive play, your offensive play, around a team, and whether a key player, which I would argue Balogun is one of the top 5 strikers in this tournament, it really has a sporting disadvantage that could be added into that. So the Ronaldo situation was interesting because it was out, but it didn't create the same kind of harm. And let me clarify, everyone is being harmed in this situation, right? We heard Pochettino, the head coach for the U.S. men's national team, saying they were harmed by a false red card, right? Belgium's being harmed by being informed 24 hours that, a key player that can change the outcome of a game is now allowed to play outside of ordinary rules, and now given less than 12 hours to file an appeal that I think was filed about an hour ago. Everyone's being harmed. The football integrity is being harmed. So that it's not that it's not happening. It's just causing and creating a world storm that is not needed and not necessary, which is what it's making everyone ask questions that we have no answers to as to why this would have come up in the first place, based on the harm that it is continuing to incur and engage in. But yeah, no, this is a case of first impression in tournament, and it does set a precedent, and it sets a really bad precedent, particularly when you don't have a framework to work within to say whether or not you can appeal a red card or a yellow card or a referee decision. We have now gone into referees, having VAR to help them make the decisions correct. And the VAR protocols, you can't, you technically, right, things can change apparently. You cannot overturn a VAR's decision and how they use VAR. And now you have the compounding element about, are we re-refereeing the referees who are refereeing? And at what point does it stop? It has to stop somewhere.
And one last question before I let you go here, Christine. Teams heavily plan in advance for these games, as you said, and this decision of adding Balogun last minute may have greatly influenced the Belgian national team to rethink a lot of their strategy. What potential options do they have, as I believe the federation that they were pursuing in opposition to FIFA's decision?
Yeah, so any of these tournaments, any sporting tournament, is Court of Arbitration of Sport, known as CAS, and CAS is always available. There's always an ad hoc committee to be able to handle these types of cases that happen in tournament that naturally are very time sensitive. So CAS is available. CAS is there at the FIFA tournament, and there's a body that's already compiled of disciplinary individuals who can listen to the case. Now, before it gets to the Court of Arbitration of Sport, which its jurisdiction is based in Switzerland, which is also the home of FIFA. They have to go through all of the remedies associated in FIFA, meaning they have to jump through their appeal process. So part of and we've seen this earlier in the tournament, there was a Canada versus Qatar. Unfortunately, there was a gentleman whose leg was broken. The individual who committed the challenge had a 3-game suspension, escalated to a 5-game suspension. And then there's an appeal process for that. That all falls under the same disciplinary committee that made this decision under Article 27. So right now, this disciplinary committee has made a decision. It's being appealed by Belgium at the current moment. They were given till 8 o'clock Eastern time, is my understanding, of today to file their appeal. I think a little bit of the hard part is they were given time to file an appeal, but they don't really have the findings of the disciplinary committee, and it's still up to knowledge as to whether or not they were actually given the disciplinary committee's rationale as to how they came to that for them to respond to an appeal. But currently right now they're in the appellate process within FIFA regarding FIFA's disciplinary committee's use of its discretionary rights. Once that is determined, then it would be up to Belgium's attorneys whether they won it or they didn't win it, and or US Soccer's whether they lose the Balogun case and he's suspended again this time. They would have to invoke the Court of Arbitration of Sport to see if they have standing and the ability to overturn a discretionary decision by an institution itself. So it gets really, complex, and the sports lawyers here, like myself, are kind of geeking out about it. But right now they're, for simplified sake, they're in an appellate process. So Balogun playing today is still up for discussion just because there's an appeal process occurring at this moment, rescinding his suspension of his suspension.
And as we give you a live look in Seattle, well, actually, there's Johnny. Not sure where that came from. But here is Seattle, and we'll give you a live look right now at the stadium where that game's going to be taking place at 8 o'clock tonight. And just to recap, FIFA Appeal Committee did render the appeal inadmissible. But as you heard in that discussion there, obviously some other avenues that could be pursued. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back inside this courtroom in Provo, Utah right now, where one of the officers on the scene on September 10th of last year is describing what happened in the moments after the Charlie Kirk assassination and how investigators were able to zero in on Tyler Robinson, the 23-year-old who is now charged with aggravated murder in this case. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
You mentioned seeing an individual drop down. Could you come down and point that area out to the court?
Yes. Okay, this is the Losi building again on the top right center of the photo. Southwest side is where the individual was laying down prone in the line of sight, came behind the aquarium or atrium, came behind that on the west side of it, came up to the north side of the Losi building on the east on this white square piece on the far right of the picture, and then he dropped off on the east side of the Losi building into the grass down here below.
So the northeast corner?
Yes, northeast corner.
You mentioned you observed something on the grass?
I did. I saw a shoe imprint that was embedded pretty deep right there next to where he dropped off.
And this is all footage that you personally observed on the surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to the scene, describe in as best detail as you can what you saw on the grass then.
So when I got to the scene, I could see that there was a shoe imprint there. When I looked up onto the cement from the roof, I could see some scratching or rub marks from the top of the roof that was not there, so I could see that looked abnormal. I then decided to put crime scene tape around the whole area in case there was more evidence that needed to be preserved.
On that exhibit number 2, do you see where you placed the crime scene tape?
Yes, I do.
And where is that? Can you describe that to the court?
It's going to be on the far right in the center of the picture. You can see the yellow tape. I came around trees, came up further out of pictures, some more trees. I came down all the way down to the back side of the LDS Institute building where there's a sidewalk to block everybody out of coming up that way.
Okay. Did you at one point leave the scene?
I did.
Did you release the scene to anyone?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
There was 2 Payson police officers that were standing there.
Okay. Were they in uniform?
They were.
Did you provide them with any instructions?
I advised them not to let anybody inside the crime scene other than law enforcement or investigators.
Okay. You can take your seat again, Officer Bagley. You've talked about the disturbance in the gravel that was observed on the Losi building.
Yes.
Did you walk through that disturbance in the gravel?
I did not.
Did you otherwise touch it in any way?
No.
With respect to the shoe print that you observed on the grass on the northeast lawn area below the Losi building, did you walk through that?
I did not.
Did you otherwise disturb that?
No.
Officer Bagley, what did you do next?
From that moment, I then released the scene. I went down to the Fugal building and knew that where the incident command center was at, so I could relay information that I'd found to responding units and people in charge.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
State will pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Nestor? And Ms. Nestor, before you begin, what time would you like to break for lunch? I don't want to interrupt a line of questioning, and so I just want to make sure that we're just taking a look at the clock and when you feel is a good time to break, roughly in that 12:10 range.
I will aim for that, Your Honor. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
May it please the court?
Yes.
Good afternoon, or morning still.
Morning.
Officer Bagley, my name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson today, and I do have some questions for you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that you checked in around 11 a.m. on the day of the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know in advance there was going to be this event on campus?
I did. I signed up for an overtime shift, so yes. For the special event, I signed up for the overtime shift.
Got it. And so did you attend any type of debrief or briefing or meeting to prepare for the security of this event?
I did not, because that morning when I got there, we had individuals on top of the Hall of Flags. So when I walked in, I just checked on, was going to get my uniform on. The chief Long got a text or an email or phone call stating that there's people on top of the Hall of Flags throwing stuff down to the tent. Therefore, he sent the 2 officers that were on duty down to secure the area. I got dressed and then came back on, and then went to the Hall of Flags to secure that area.
So you never attended any kind of, I'll just use the word debrief or meeting to talk about what the officers on scene were going to do that day to keep everybody safe?
No, not that morning.
Do you know if there was such a meeting?
I don't know, because when I got there, it was starting to, people were throwing stuff down on the tent.
And do you know how many UVU officers you guys employ normally?
There was 15.
And do you know how many were assigned to cover that event that day?
That were assigned to cover it. There was 6 of us that were, there was patrol 1 and then 5 others that were there with the chief.
Did you all have an idea there were going to be thousands and thousands of people there? Or was that a surprise to you?
Had an idea.
And you only had 5 officers?
6, yes.
6, I'm sorry, I'm counting you, I was
yes.
thinking. And of those 6 officers, are you all armed? Do you carry weapons?
Yes.
Right. What type of weapons do you carry?
Glock, pistols.
Okay. And was there any use on campus of, I think they're called magnetometers, but the machines you walk through at TSA and the airport where it checks to see if you're carrying anything metal, what we all had to go through to get in the courtroom. Were there any machines like that set up or being used on campus that day?
No.
And as far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
And did anyone ever talk to you about covering anything near or on top of or in the Low C building? Were you ever assigned that area before the shooting?
No.
Do you know who was?
I don't.
And when you got up to the roof that afternoon, was anybody around that was law enforcement?
No.
Nobody on the roof?
No.
Nobody on the stairway?
No.
Nobody on the walkway?
No.
Okay. And in the state of Utah, is a campus a gun-free zone? Are students allowed to have guns on campus?
It's an open carry state, so yes.
And did you see anybody that was armed that day other than law enforcement?
I did not see.
Were you aware of whether Mr. Kirk had his own security team present there with him?
Yes.
Did you communicate with any of those people?
I saw one individual that was on top of the Hall of Flags right next to me, yes.
Okay, and that was before the shooting?
Yes, and then I saw several down in the crowds and down by him, yes.
And were you aware of whether that person was armed either?
I was aware he was armed.
Okay. Was there any other law enforcement agency besides Mr. Kirk's private security team and your 6 officers, including you, that were covering that event that day? In other words, did you have any Provo police or Orem police or anyone that you knew of, or federal agencies?
I don't know.
You never saw any that day?
No, not until the response came in.
And you did mention, I think I heard you just a few minutes ago testify, you turned over the scene on the roof to a woman who was a deputy sheriff, right?
Yes.
And that you turned over the scene where the individual dropped off to, I believe you said, was it Orem Police?
Payson.
Payson Police, thank you. Those people weren't there till after the shooting, right? They were part of just a response of everybody in the area.
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive any type of briefing materials, written materials prior to the event that talked about who would be covering what or anything like that?
No, not that morning. Like I said, it started getting hectic, so we were trying to get down there to secure the area and push people away from the top of the tent.
Now, when this event was over, you prepared a report, is that right?
I did.
And in the report, it covers a lot of what you testified to with Mr. Grunander, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think you said you attended, 600 hours of post-training?
It's around 600 hours, yes.
And I'm sure somewhere in that training you were taught the importance of your police report
Yes.
and how it will be relied on years later to recreate events like it's being done right now. And so you know it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your report.
Yep.
Can we put up Bagley 1? Can we switch it over to the defense table, please? Thank you so much. And show it only to the witness. This is it's his police report. It's mine. Do you want to copy?
All right.
Do you see that report in front of you?
I do.
And is that the report that you prepared, or did you prepare this report?
I didn't. I did a supplement on it, but I didn't prepare the report. So, because the incident was a big agency assist, so obviously it says it has all the responding.
The witness on the stand who has talked about his response that day is now being cross-examined by a defense attorney representing Tyler Robinson. Some interesting stuff right now as we're hearing him talk about the day of the shooting. You heard some questions from the defense attorney about whether there were sufficient preparations and that kind of thing, some of what happened in the lead up to that. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and listen back into this cross-examination that's happening right now. One of the officers on the scene of the Charlie Kirk shooting being questioned by an attorney for Tyler Robinson right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Yeah, as I was clearing people out and making sure that the evidence was preserved, about towards the top, after a little bit, I saw an empty holster sitting there.
And when you say towards the top, can you be specific and tell us where you were?
So On the south side, in the courtyard, there's some tiers of seating where the grass is different levels, and it was towards the top, maybe just right before the cement is where everybody's standing. So there's different levels. It's towards the top on the grass.
And when you saw the holster, can you describe to me what it looked like?
An empty concealed holster.
For what type of
For
weapon?
a pistol.
Okay. And did it have any markings on it?
I didn't even know, not that I noticed.
And what happened to that holster?
I have no idea.
Did you ever take custody of it?
Nope.
Did you ever tell anyone else to take custody of it?
Nope.
You just left it on the grass?
I did.
Was it ever fingerprinted to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Okay. At some point, there were drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Right. Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nelson with the Provo Police Department.
Right. So it wasn't UVU?
No.
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
No.
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
True.
Right. You mentioned that as you were coming down into the grassy area from the top above the tent, you come down the Hall of Flags, you come into the grassy area. You mentioned that you heard, I guess on your radio, that they had a suspect in custody.
Yes.
Right. And so how long do you think between the shot being fired did you hear that?
I was in, like I said, trying to get down the stairs, jumping over people, trying not to step on people as people were fighting up. Within 30 seconds, maybe.
Right. So they pretty much instantly had someone in custody.
Yes, and that's why I was quite surprised.
Were you aware of where the person was taken into custody?
Right down by where Charlie Kirk was sitting by his tent, somewhere down there.
Right. So in the courtyard area, the person would have been in the courtyard area at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
Was that person in or near or around the holster in any way?
No.
You don't know?
No, he wasn't. Where the holster was up on the top level up there, and it was where when the incident happened, when Charlie got shot. Within seconds, the other officer that was down by him said that he was in custody with the prisoner of the shooter. So they had been within right there.
You didn't, at that time, it was your understanding the person they took into custody was close by Mr. Kirk, is that right?
Yep.
But it didn't occur to you that, well, that's not where I heard the shot come from. They must have the wrong person. I should talk to somebody.
During the chaos moment, no. They said they had a person in custody. I figured those guys saw something I didn't see. They took the person in custody, and I thought that was him.
Okay. This would be a good stopping place because I'm about to start another section.
Okay.
So maybe we could go 5 minutes early for lunch.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, officer.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. I do want to note for the camera operator, if you would just be cognizant and turn off the microphone during breaks and when we break for recess, that would be helpful. Does either party need the benefit of the record before we break for lunch?
Not the state, no.
All right. We are in recess.
All right.
Judge Tony Graff leaving the courtroom as they take a lunch break right now as the defense continues its cross-examination of the first witness who has taken the stand in the preliminary hearing of Tyler Robinson, the 23-year-old facing an aggravated murder charge in connection with the death of Charlie Kirk, who was shot and killed last September at a campus event at Utah Valley University. And you heard a lot of testimony today of the times that we listened in on it to the layout of the campus event that was going on, that officer's role, where he was when the shooting happened. You heard some of the cross-examination from the defense asking about preparations, what all was done to make sure there were protocols in place and that kind of thing. So this is just the first witness of what is likely to be several over the next 5 days. This is supposed to last all week long. And so we'll be listening in from time to time, listening in a little bit more today, with this being the beginning of it. But that witness has been on the stand for a few hours. There have been several breaks, but they are now breaking for lunch. We're actually, in our next hour, going to be talking a little bit more about this case and what the kind of the role the preliminary hearing plays, what the strategy of the defense and the prosecution might be in this, and kind of what we expect to see over the next few days as this hearing continues. We're going to talk about that in about half an hour, 20 minutes or so, in our next hour of Florida Live. Because we are just about out of time here in this 1 o'clock hour, we will take a quick break here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We'll welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. We are going to talk about a number of big stories here in Central Florida, also in Tampa. We'll check in with our storm team for your Fox 35 or your Florida Live forecast. So we'll get you all caught up on all the big stories of the day and go in depth on a few other things as well. So don't go anywhere. We still have much more to come over the next little bit here on Fox Local, and we will be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
And streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and also on Fox 35 Plus. Been a busy Monday. We've been tracking a lot of stories here. We've been listening in to the preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson, who is the accused shooter of Charlie Kirk. That has begun. They're in a lunch break right now, and so we've got a lot of other stories to follow up on today, and we appreciate you joining us. A lot of ground we're going to cover over this next hour. And we start with a story where a lifeguard was struck by lightning while responding to a call on the 4th of July. This is something that Fox 35's Chris Lindsay has been looking into today, and actually had the chance to speak with that lifeguard just a little bit ago. Chris, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. First of all, what do we know about what happened here?
Well, thanks for having me. So I spoke with this man. His name is Damian Curry. He's a part-time lifeguard here in Volusia County. He says that he worked on July 3rd, very busy day. There were upwards of 200 rescues that day. He wasn't supposed to work on the 4th, but he decided that he would. During that day, there were several storms that rolled throughout the area. He got a call for a blind woman who was stuck on the shore during a storm. And
Well, we may have lost our connection with Chris on Zoom there. We will work on trying to get that back as we try to learn a little bit more. As you heard, he was responding to a call. We did have the chance to hear from that lifeguard, that part-time lifeguard, who was trying to help that blind woman on the beach. When he talked with Chris just a little bit ago, he talked about that lightning strike and also a panic attack the following day when lightning popped up again. Here is what he told Chris about that whole ordeal just a little bit ago.
It was like God was trying to kill me. And at the time, I got out of the truck and I was on the passenger side. I opened the door and I had a hand on the side of the truck and I was clearing the seat so the lady could sit and I could take her to her car at the approach. And I had my hand on the car, and then just an explosion. Boom! And I just got lifted off my feet, and I jumped through the truck, through the passenger seat, across the computer into the driver's seat. Like, I jumped through the truck, and I'm in shock. My whole left side of my body was electrocuted, and I was in full-blown panic shock, and I couldn't believe what just happened. My ears were ringing, and I got out of the truck, and I'm screaming, like, is everybody okay? Like, I thought someone died. And I get around the truck and people are scattering, some people were like, they felt it, obviously it happened right there. There's many people around. Everybody was scattering. The tower guard was shook. And we still had to get the lady that was on the beach about 20 feet away with the son. And we ended up getting her in the car, shut the door. I'm in the truck with the lights on, with the PA, driving down the beach to take her to her car. I'm shaking, violently shaking, in pain. Like screaming on the PA, like, get off the beach. I just got struck by lightning. Lightning will kill you. Like, I was saying, like, everything to, like, just get people off the beach. And I made it down to Granada and off the beach. And I'm like, I called over the radio. I was in pain. I had pins and needles on the left side of my body. And ears were ringing, and just I was in shock. I called it over the radio and ended up dropping her off and making it back to the station. And I gave the keys up, and I was like, I'm done. Like, I'm done. I was like full blown. I was messed up. I was so scared. I mean, that's the best way to put it. And then the next day, a big storm came in, and I had a full-on panic attack yesterday for about an hour. It was super uncomfortable because of the lightning strikes everywhere. I had this impending doom, like bad. And I'm doing better now that it's sunny, but yeah, I've been through the ringers many times, so.
And we've got Fox 35's Chris Lindsay back with us now. And Chris, that does sound like a scary situation. You certainly can't blame him for, having some lingering impacts from that. But it sounds like it was very crowded, and there was a lot going on even at the time that this happened.
Absolutely. Was having some technical difficulties there, but to set the scene for what was happening there, storms were rolling through the area. There was a blind woman who was struggling to get off the beach as lifeguards were clearing it. He went to that call. So there were several people in the area at that time, including this blind woman. He was clearing the seat to prepare to take her back to safety when that lightning struck. So there were several people in the area that this happened. And he says that people 20 or even further than that, feet away, could feel the impacts of this. There was a nearby lifeguard tower that he says was shook by this lightning strike. So he was the only one who took this impact, but there were several people in the area who felt it. He says he was disoriented. He lost his vision for a moment and was just, as you can imagine, caught completely off guard while he's scrambling, trying to make sure that not only this woman is okay, but he himself is okay as well.
Yeah, and a scary situation that because of all those people around, and even with him, I mean, something that could have been a whole lot worse had it been a direct hit. I mean, that's certainly something that's possible. It's something we've seen before, but really could have been a lot worse.
And he believes that the loose sand there, as well as some of the rubber attached to the car, is why he really did not get the absolute worst impacts of this. He says he doesn't have any burn marks or anything like that, but he was still dealing with some symptoms several hours after that. And as you mentioned, the mental component of this, with storms rolling through the area, knowing that you're outside often and have to sort of deal with these things. So he said that he's going to be weighing things here. He's going to be off the beach for a while as he sort of tries to get himself together and recompose himself. But in the long term, he's unsure if he'll return to that lifeguard position. I mean, because this is just unimaginable, having to deal with the pain, but also having to deal with the disorientation and the possibility that in his head it could happen again.
Yeah, well, Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. We look forward to seeing more of your story coming up this evening of your conversation with him.
Thank you.
We also want to give you a live look right now in Seattle ahead of the U.S. men's national team game tonight against Belgium, 8 o'clock. And we do expect Flo Balogun, one of the stars of this team, to be on the pitch tonight when that game airs. 8 o'clock on Fox 35. Just in the last 30 minutes or so, FIFA announced that the appeals committee determines Belgium's appeal of that decision to allow Balogun to play. Was it admissible? And so it appears that the suspension of the one-game ban for Balogun will stand, which means that he would be eligible to play tonight. Now, this was something that President Trump was asked about earlier today in the Oval Office, and he spoke a little bit about his conversation with the FIFA president and his reaction to this decision.
But all I did, I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul. And, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was two great athletes that crashed into each other and got entangled. That was not a guy punching somebody in the face or anything that, would be different. And I think it's a terrible, if they wouldn't allow a top player, maybe the best, maybe among the best players on the team to play, I think it would have had a big stain. And I related just that feel. I didn't tell him what to do. I can't tell him what to do. But and I don't believe he made the decision. I think it was a committee that made the decision. And they made the right decision because, number one, it wasn't a foul. And you want to see a game with your best players. You don't want to say, how would you feel if I took, we take Messi out? Look, he ran into somebody. Or we took Ronaldo, you bunked into somebody, we're going to take you out of a game. He's great. Or Harry Kane, we're going to take you out of the game, Harry, because you happen to hit somebody a little bit harder than you can't do that. If you would have taken him out, I think it would have really stained this incredible champion. We got to have our best players, and Belgium's got a great team, by the way. We got to have our best players, and they have to have their best. And if we win or we lose, it's fair. Otherwise, let's say we lost him and we lose the game. It would be a terrible thing. So I think they made a really brilliant decision. I think the referee's call was horrible. And nobody talks about that. They talk about the red card like it's fine. Nobody talks. The referee's decision to red card. I didn't know what the hell a red card was. When I found out, I said, you got to be kidding. This guy just hands up. Okay, your best player is not going to play next week or in the next game. I said, wow, that's a lot of power. That's terrible. But then I looked at his past, and it wasn't so great. Okay.
President Trump speaking earlier, again, just a few hours away, 5.5 hours away from that game or so. And we will have a Road to Gold special coming up at 5 o'clock ahead of the Fox Sports coverage that begins at 6. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back.
their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 Plus. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to begin with some sad news out of Pasco County, where a 3-year-old boy drowned during a 4th of July festival. Now, this happened at SunWest Park, which is up in Pasco County. And the Pasco County Sheriff's Office says that the child was reported missing on Saturday night after he wandered away from his family during the Scallop and Music Festival. Witnesses described the scene of panic as deputies and bystanders searched the beach. The boy was eventually found in the water and flown to a nearby hospital where he later died. Yesterday, community members organized an informal memorial at the beach, placing flowers, candles, and toys near the water. Attendees and former first responders at the memorial emphasized how quickly a child can slip away, urging the community to show compassion for the family rather than placing blame. The Sheriff's Office says the investigation into the drowning is ongoing, and now we did reach out to the Pasco County officials to ask if there were lifeguards on duty at the park when the incident occurred, and we are still waiting to hear back. Garrett?
It's so sad to hear about things like this, and you talk about just how quickly something like this can happen, but just an absolute tragedy on what should be a fun and celebratory weekend.
Yeah, it was definitely a tragedy. And again, there were lots of people out at SunWest Park on Saturday for not only just for the 4th of July, but also it was that Scallop and Music Festival. So there were lots of people out there. And we are told that that 3-year-old boy just happened to wander away from his family. He was reported missing on Saturday night, and unfortunately he was found in the water. And as I mentioned, he was flown to a nearby hospital where he was pronounced dead. But like I said, it's just such a tragic situation. There were so many people out at the park looking just to have a good time, and that's when this happened. And again, yesterday there was a vigil of sorts held at the park where the child was found in the water, and everybody out there really wants people to be aware that this can happen so quickly, and they also want everyone to keep his family in their thoughts and not place blame on them for this incident.
It was also a tough weekend for another family, remembering a child that they lost on this same weekend just a few years ago.
Yes, 3 years ago, 7-year-old Yitzian Torres Garcia was shot and killed celebrating the 4th of July with his family out on the Courtney Campbell Causeway. And so now his family spends Memorial Day honoring his memory while pleading for answers in this case that remains unsolved. So Yitzian was watching fireworks with his grandfather along the Courtney Campbell Causeway when police say an argument broke out between two groups of people. They say this argument argument occurred over a jet ski, and while they were arguing, somebody pulled out a gun and fired it. Yitzian's grandfather grabbed the little boy and dove into his truck for cover, but a bullet did pierce that vehicle, hitting the grandfather in the hand and striking Yitzian in the head. Now, 3 years later, no arrests have been made, and each year the family returns to the memorial where Yitzian was killed to remember the little boy who loved cars, the beach, and fishing. They say he would have turned 11 years old next month. Now, Tampa Police Chief Lee Bearcaw says detectives continue to follow leads, but they need more information before charges can be filed. There is a $25,000 reward that is available through Crime Stoppers for information leading to an arrest. Yitzian's family is begging anybody who knows what happened to please come forward. Garrett.
And finally, Nancy, some volunteers helping with cleanup after a busy July 4th weekend in the area.
Yes, nearly 40 volunteers filled 90 trash bags full of 450 pounds of garbage, and this happened out on Treasure Island. And we're told that that group picked up everything from food wrappers and left behind supplies to towels and abandoned fireworks. Volunteers say the work is critical, especially during sea turtle nesting season. They note that the hot Florida sun quickly breaks down plastic items into tiny, hard-to-see pieces, making it so urgent to collect the trash while it is still whole. According to organizers, about 80% of all the land trash eventually ends up in the water. The group even had a dive crew snorkeling offshore to look for submerged debris. Now, while volunteers expressed disappointment that beachgoers left behind so much trash, they did find the cleanup effort rewarding. To speed up the process this year, the group used a giant rake to help scoop up fireworks debris, which they say was much more efficient than in the past when they ended up picking up that debris by hand. Garrett.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me live now with our Florida Live forecast. And Noah, we saw some showers, some strong storms over the holiday weekend, and it sounds like chance for more storms out there again today.
Yeah, good news is today, tomorrow, Garrett, it's not as significant as we had over the weekend. In fact, it looks more tame, I should say, for today and tomorrow. So we had a lot of storms over the weekend. In fact, it was really significant as we went into Saturday and Sunday. But out there tonight, things are calm and quiet. In fact, there's the view from our Girls Lakeside camera. There's really not a lot going on if you're south of Orlando right now. If you're north of Orlando, we actually do have a pretty good amount of storms out there currently, and that's going to continue. So I put a little USA theme on our weather graphics because obviously tonight here on Fox, we've got the Team USA playing in biggest soccer game in how long here. So just to carry on the USA vibes here. So the forecast headlines, typical storms today and tomorrow. I don't really think there's anything severe. I don't think it's as significant as we had over the weekend. Sadly, we had a lot of fireworks displays canceled or postponed Saturday and then Sunday. Not nearly as intense of storms tonight and tomorrow. Now, as we go forward, what's going to happen is we're going to get another heat wave. You may have traveled for the weekend. You may have heard from family or friends up north. It was historically hot in places like Chicago and D.C. and Philly and Pittsburgh and over across towards the mid-Atlantic. But some of that heat up to the north is going to start to push to the south. And we're going to get really hot here as we go into, let's say, late this week into the upcoming weekend. And some of that heat is going to cause our chances for rain to go down. In fact, it's going to get really hot as we go into Saturday and then again on Sunday. So that's number two. Number three, the tropical Atlantic is quiet and it's going to stay quiet. In fact, there's really not a sign of anything anytime soon. In fact, it looks really... You can hear a pin drop out there right now. So that's good news. We don't want any hurricanes. But we've discussed about El Nino this year being quiet Atlantic season. Well, we're now into the second week of July, and we've only had Arthur. So in terms of the tropics, just to give you an update there, things are still looking good for as far out as we can tell. All right, temperatures are not anything significant. In fact, the average high for the second week of July is 92, so we're pretty much average right now. Typical heat for the time of year out there right now. Heat index 100, 105, that's typical for a July afternoon. What's going to happen as we go into the weekend is we're going to get up to the 105, 110 plus range, so a little bit less common, a little bit more uncommon humidity and heat as we go into the weekend. High 90s temps, heat index probably up to 110 in some places. We might have some heat alerts out there again as we go into the upcoming weekend. All right, I do want to take a little radar tour. So here's things right now, and everything today is working to the east. In fact, everything's going to end up this way. So if you're watching tonight from the beach towns, that's where the storms will be come about dinner time tonight. So let me turn off the town labels so you can see everything moving from left to right on your screen, west to east. Nothing severe right now. These polygons that you see here, these are special weather statements. Those indicate that storms are strong, but sub-severe. Severe being 60-mile-an-hour gusts and or some quarter-sized hail. But what I do want you to notice is here's Orlando, and then here's Brevard County. And notice really areas south and east, it's dry. I mean, we still might expect a storm or two in these areas this evening, but certainly right now the bulk of the stuff here is north of Orlando. So I'll put the town labels back on. You can see a little shower here, some rain and rumbles in the Sanford area up towards DeBerry. We'll continue to track those. A little bit of a shower into land, but I do want to talk about this storm here. It's over the Pearson area, and we've got a lot of lightning. In fact, 186 bolts of lightning in the last 15 minutes. Let me stop the radar here, and we're going to put a track on this for you. So I'll turn off the lightning because there's a lot of it. So if you're watching in the Daytona area, let me get you a little heads up and an ETA on this. So this is the arrival time of downpours, some 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts and frequent lightning. So if you know anybody who's still at the beach from the holiday weekend, there's a lot of lightning. Lightning's dangerous, especially this amount of lightning, and it's coming in from behind the beach, so you might not see it coming. So this storm is moving at about 25 miles an hour. So at its current pace, there you can see it. It's going to be in these areas. Flagler Beach about 250. Over towards Daytona about 3 o'clock. So it's now 2:23, a little bit more than a half hour. Lots of vivid lightning, some gusty winds could blow around some loose unsecured objects, maybe take down a tree limb or two, and maybe some small hail. Then by Embry-Riddle over towards 303 as we go into the afternoon today. So that's what we're going to track. Let me bring you in here, do a quick little diagnosis of this storm. I'm going to make the lightning just a hair smaller so you can actually see the radar just a little bit better. So right in the Pearson area right now, probably some small hail, maybe 50 mile an hour gusts. Let me put you over towards the velocity data. Notice there's nothing overly strong in here. In fact, that's pretty good news. Don't really see anything in there in terms of wind and rotation. Thankfully, there is zero out there right now. So as we head through the evening, we'll keep an eye on those storms. Let me bring out to a bigger view across Florida, and you can see we do have plenty of storms, especially in South Florida. But everything today, again, in this west to east flow means that it'll end up on the I-95 region of the East Coast come dinner time. So that's where most of the storms will be by later tonight. So let me walk you through the futurecast. And I do want you to take a look at how things play out. We'll pick it up at about 4. Notice maybe some additional storms to pop. Here's about 5:30. But notice again, everything moving from left to right on your screen. Here's 6. Here's 7 by like 8, 9. It's done. Then the rest of the overnight is clear. Now tomorrow, here's 10 a.m. Like today, TJ and Brooks were tracking this morning. We had some storms during the GDO show today over on the West Coast. Well, this is 10 in the morning, and those storms will move across the state tomorrow. I just think they're run-of-the-mill average storms. Shouldn't be anything too terribly significant. I don't really think there's any severe potential with this. Just downpours, lightning, gusty winds, still impactful though. Here's 4 o'clock, 5. Models might be underdoing the storms just a wee bit, probably be a little bit more than I think the models are advertising for tomorrow. So just imagine it looking a little bit more storm coverage than what this is showing. But 7 o'clock tomorrow, you can see those storms from Palm Coast down towards the Melbourne area. So that's kind of what we're tracking over the next several days. In terms of the storms, rain chances here as we go forward, they're not going to really come down much until I don't think probably Saturday. But again, there's the view right now from our Grills Lakeside camera. Let me pull up quickly. I want to pull up our Daytona camera. I'm going to put this up here, and I'm going to see if I can spin it around and show you. I want to point these towards the storms here. So there's the view right now, and you can tell that's actually a wall of cameras. So let me take this off so you can see. It just depends on where you are. Yeah, most places are sunny and hot and dry, but there's a storm over towards Pearson and Palatka. That's what's coming towards Daytona at about 3 o'clock. So for the next little bit, Garrett, let me leave you with the view of that radar here locally. The big concern would be, at least for this evening, is this storm here. And it's tracking east. Again, will be in Daytona probably about 3 o'clock, so a little over half half an hour for now. But for the weekend, we're going to be back up in the upper 90s. So today being Monday, about 5 days from now, will be 97, 98 highs. And the heat index back up to 110, and it's going to get dry again. So I do think that's going to be a theme this summer, being we're in El Nino, so quiet hurricane season. Oftentimes these big El Nino years mean hot summers. So we had one of the hottest Junes. Certainly seems like July, even for Florida, is going to be pretty hot.
Off to a hot start,
Yes.
that's for sure.
Yep.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
And as we go to break here on Florida Live, let's give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. We have been, if you've been with us on our live streaming coverage throughout the day, we've been listening into some of the preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson, the 23-year-old charged with aggravated murder in connection with the shooting death of Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist who was killed last September in Utah. This is just an important part of the process when it comes to this case moving through the legal system. And joining us live now to talk about it and what this means, kind of walk us through some of these steps as well. We were pleased to be joined this afternoon by Jose Rodriguez, who is a criminal defense attorney with the Rivas Law Firm, joining us live now via Zoom. Jose, thanks so much for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you for having me this afternoon. It's a very pleasure of mine to be on.
So obviously, when we're talking about this Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing, this is something that is getting a lot of attention. Just kind of walk us through the process and what this preliminary hearing does in kind of the greater picture of leading up to a potential trial in this case.
Well, the preliminary hearing is for the state to present their factual basis of the case so that it can go forward. There needs to be probable cause to go forward, and all this evidence is presented to the judge at a preliminary hearing, in particular on the more serious charges like a murder case, so that a judge, an independent, neutral arbiter, can review the facts to see if there's probable cause to go forward. Have to be articulable facts, specific facts, and meet the legal standard, which is probable cause.
So that's, the prosecution trying to lay out some of their evidence. This is the first time we're seeing some of this evidence, specifically, in this case, when it comes to, how investigators were able to track down Tyler Robinson and kind of what that process was like. We've heard testimony so far from one witness who was a police officer. And so I'm just kind of curious what the strategy of the prosecution in a case like this would be, as opposed to the strategy from the defense in a case like this at this kind of early point in the process, given the lower burden of proof in a preliminary hearing, as opposed to, if this goes to trial.
Certainly, it is significantly lower at a trial. You have to prove the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a very high standard. At a preliminary hearing, you just have to show probable cause, similar to when a law enforcement officer makes an arrest. So they have to be reasonable, articulable facts. It can't be a hunch, and more than reasonable suspicion. So my thoughts are that the state would present sufficient evidence to get past that hurdle, maybe not present everything that they have, but they also have to produce sufficient evidence, credible evidence with credible witnesses to establish that a crime has occurred. And in this case, you have a suspect or a person being charged that was a probable cause that this individual was the person that committed the crime. You're not going to sell yourself short as the state. You got to present sufficient evidence. You just can't give everything away. But a lot of that has already come out to light, in my understanding. From the defense side, you're going after the credibility of the witnesses, and you're going after the lack of evidence, albeit a low standard, probable cause. You still have to do your job and attack that evidence, and if there's insufficient evidence, establish that for the court so that the judge can make an informed decision whether there's sufficient evidence to proceed to charge this individual and proceed to trial. It's not going to be the dramatics of a trial. There's no opening really statements. There may be some closing statements, but it's very important that they go through each and every witness thoroughly, and a week-long preliminary hearing establishes that they are going to present a sufficient number of witnesses and witnesses that will testify in a lengthy form. I understand that there's several experts soon to come out. So both sides are taking this extremely seriously and doing all their work and dotting their I's and crossing their T's from what I can tell. And I've been listening to part of the testimony of the officer. So I can see that that's what's going on, as should on such a serious charge receiving all this attention when it's a first-degree murder case.
You say you don't think the prosecution, it would kind of fully tip their hand, show everything they've got here. Why would that, do you think, be part of the strategy, not to show everything in a preliminary hearing and to save some things for an upcoming trial?
Well, that's exactly why you want to save anything that you can. However, you're going to have to present as much evidence as possible so that you can meet that burden. It's not the same as beyond a reasonable doubt. So you do have to present a significant amount of evidence to get past that hurdle, but not more than necessary, I would imagine. And the difficulty is, through time, a lot of that comes out. There's negotiations, there's depositions, there's investigations. So a lot of that will come out eventually prior to trial, and depending on what the discovery rules are in Utah. We're here in Florida, which open discovery. So at some point in time, the defense receives all of the discovery, all of the evidence that's going to be presented. I'm not 100% certain on Utah how fluid that is or how open that is. So that would be one of the reasons why, so that you have more evidence to present at a later time. But given if it's an open discovery, then you present as much as necessary. And if that means present all, then you present all. But that's a strategy decision at the time, and the prosecutors would know how much to present to get past the hurdle, understanding and knowing their judge and understanding the legal standard.
I want to get your take on this because we've heard a lot, and seen several motions along the way from the defense trying to limit public and media access in this, as far as, making the judge kind of issue some rulings on whether there would be cameras in the courtroom for this preliminary hearing. There are restrictions on what the cameras can and can't show, when it comes to even the defendant sitting at the defendant's table. And then today, the judge saying cameras can't show the exhibits that are being shown on screen, maps, photos, whatever the case might be. I want to get your take on this as a criminal defense attorney, why the defense would be making these motions to try to limit some of that, and why they feel like showing some of those things may put their client at a disadvantage for his future trial.
It is a national trial, so it's giving national exposure. However, it's being tried in a county within the state of Utah. And what you want to try and prevent is that a lot of the evidence comes out, in particular anything that could be prejudicial, inflammatory, some videos maybe. I understand they're going to allow the victim's family to be excused from the courtroom during certain presentations. So you can imagine how inflammatory that could be. If it comes out during the trial, that's the time and the place for it to come out to the public. At this stage, what you're trying to do is protect the integrity of the process. It's going to be much more difficult to obtain or impanel an impartial jury if they've seen most or all of the evidence, in particular some of the inflammatory parts that can come up during a murder trial. That makes it extremely difficult to find a jury, an impartial jury. So it's very important that some of these things are limited, and I think that's what the judge is trying to do, to maintain the integrity of the judicial process.
Criminal defense attorney Jose Rodriguez with the Rivas Law Firm. We appreciate you joining us today here on Florida Live. Did a great job of explaining some of these things to us, and we really appreciate your time.
Thank you. We're always available. Thank you very much for your time today. Have a great afternoon.
You do the same. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. President Trump inside the Oval Office earlier today, ringing the opening bell for both the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ directly from the Oval Office. It was certainly something to see there at that event where he and several others talked about the launch of Trump accounts, one of the new mechanisms for folks, for parents to save money for their children. And joining us live now to talk about that and also the president's impact when it comes to the stock market and kind of the actions that he plays, the role that he plays when it comes to taking a prominent position and lead when it comes to some of what we see on Wall Street. Pleased to be joined this afternoon by Dr. Randall Holcomb, who is a professor of economics at Florida State University, joining us live now via Zoom. Dr. Holcomb, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
It's a pleasure to be here, Garrett.
So a number of things to kind of work through here. Let's start first with the Trump accounts that have just been launched and what sort of impact we might see when it comes to a kind of savings mechanism for parents and what the appetite might be for something like this.
Yeah, I imagine the impact will be relatively minor. It'll be interesting to see how many people are actually interested in signing up for those Trump accounts.
What makes you think that there wouldn't be? Are there better options out there, or what makes you think that there might not be a lot of impact despite the the money that would the additional kind of deposit from the government even to kind of give a jump start to these things? How does it kind of stack up to some of the other savings options out there?
Yeah, there certainly is an advantage for children that are born 2025 to 2028. The government will throw in an extra $1,000 into your account, so that's an advantage right there. But compared to other accounts, the Trump account really doesn't have the same advantage as other tax-favored accounts do. Let's compare that to a traditional IRA. The traditional IRA, when you deposit money into the account, that money does not count as taxable income for you. So you get a tax benefit when you deposit money into the account. Then when the money comes out, you pay tax on all the money that comes out. It's like ordinary income. Now with the Trump account, except for certain exceptions, the plan is a little bit complicated, but if you were to donate money to your child's account, it's not tax deductible when it goes in, but the money is taxed when it comes out. So there's no real tax advantage to the Trump account the way it's set up. If I were advising somebody, I'm not really a financial advisor, I'm an economics professor, but my thought on it is you would be better off giving the money to your child, setting up just an ordinary brokerage account than you would be to set up a Trump account. And one of the liabilities with a Trump account is if you want to withdraw the money before the child reaches age 59 and a half, there's a penalty. So it's definitely designed for long-term saving, but you'd be better off, I think, just with an ordinary brokerage account than with the Trump account. Now, that's not true with an IRA account because you get the tax deduction when you put the money in. But with the Trump account, you don't get that tax deduction.
Now let's talk stock market here. The president ringing the opening bells today. We know that the stock market is something that he watches closely, talks a lot about, and that we also know that his statements from time to time can have a major impact on when it comes to things that he is talking about, positions on the war, things like that. Just talk to us about the impact that the president has when it comes to swings with the stock market.
Oh, yeah, certainly there's a short-run impact with the president's statements. People are trying to get a handle on what the economy is doing, what they can see in the future. And so the president's statements certainly influence short-run the stock market. Over the longer haul, I don't think there's as much of an influence over the stock market. some people are concerned about stock market volatility, and they should be for certain purposes. I mean, if you're trying to save money, maybe to put a down payment on a car or a house or something like that, you want to try to avoid risky investments. But if you're looking long term, there's nothing that's a better investment than the stock market. If you take any 20-year period in financial history, the stock market has always outperformed the bond market. And that even goes back, if you start in 1929, before the stock market crash, and look at the next 20 years, the stock market outperformed the bond market over those 20 years. So if you think about these accounts as retirement accounts, you're donating to a child's account when the child is under 18 years old, and you can withdraw after age 59 and a half. I mean, we're looking at 40 years of investment. So the stock market certainly is the best place to invest one of those Trump accounts, and just to invest in general, if you're investing for the long term.
President Trump has touted how well the stock market is doing. He's made comments like that again today. I'm curious the risks versus the reward of tying so much economic policy to how well the stock market is doing.
Well, I mean, certainly the president has some impact, but limited impact on how the stock market is doing. Government policy, of course, affects the profitability of business. But over the long haul, the president is going to have a minimal impact. Now, you use the term volatility a few times, and there is that short-run volatility. So if you're investing in the stock market, you got to figure over certain periods of time, your assets are going to go down. You'll take some losses over the short run. But over the long run, that's the best place that you can invest your money. So if you're thinking, I'm investing for retirement, think about the Trump accounts. Think about somebody who's under 20 years old. Or if you're in your 30s or your 40s and you're thinking, I'm looking ahead a couple decades. Set that volatility aside. Really, over the long run, the best place to invest is the stock market.
All right, a lot of things to keep in mind and that kind of thing when it comes to the stock market investments. Dr. Randall Holcomb, professor of economics at Florida State University, we always appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live, and thanks for taking the time today.
Good talking with you, Garrett. Thank you.
All right, you take care.
Yeah.
We still have more to come here on Florida Live, so don't go anywhere. We are going to take a quick break, but before we do, let me show you this live look at Daytona Beach right now, because when we were talking with Noah, he was talking about the storm heading that way. We showed the live picture of the beach, that was what, 15, 20 minutes ago, maybe, and showed the live picture. Everything still looked nice and calm along the beach. That is not the case anymore. So if you are in that area, then this is the storm that Noah was warning about. So be on the lookout for lightning. With that, we see the rain and the winds. Can tell that the winds are pretty strong there right now with this storm. So be on the lookout in that area, and also be aware of more storms throughout the afternoon and evening. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back.
Strong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you a live look right now in Volusia County, Daytona Beach, and the visibility clearing up a little bit already. But we do want to let you know about a severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued for Flagler County, in effect from, it was just issued just a moment ago and going to be in effect until 3:15. So that is a severe thunderstorm located near Palm Coast. The warning from the National Weather Service in Jacksonville says it is nearly stationary right now. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, the hazard. This is a radar indicated storm. They're saying expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. The main impacts that they're talking about right now would be Palm Coast and Beverly Beach. So the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Flagler County as continue to track some of those storms throughout the afternoon. I'm just going to pull up right now. This was the radar at the last look when we discussed it with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren. You can now see that severe thunderstorm warning showing up there on the map right up there where it says Palm Coast. Just a small area there. Geographically, when it shows kind of the impacted areas of that severe thunderstorm warning. That's northeastern Flagler County, Palm Coast, Beverly Beach areas where that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. You can also see the some of the areas that are also dealing with storms this afternoon. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that and be tracking the impacts of these storms this afternoon, something that we knew was going to be a concern today, just continuing with this kind of very summer-like pattern. I want to show you that live look right now in Volusia County again, just continuing to get a lot of good images from this camera. This is the Hard Rock Hotel camera right on the beach in Daytona, and you can see, I think Noah may have just repositioned this again for us, and you can see the kind of dividing line, the clouds, see the rain still falling, seeing some sun poking out there right now as well, but continuing to watch the impact of these storms. And Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren actually joining me back in the studio right now. Noah, we were just talking about the severe thunderstorm warning. We've been watching the images from the camera in Volusia County, a little south of there. But just to talk to us about what we are seeing right now.
Yeah. Welcome back.
As we near the 3 o'clock hour.
Yes. Yeah. So we have just a quick couple minutes, and I'll run through with you where this is and where it's going. So a couple of things first. This warning is issued for a very, very small area here up around Palm Coast, and I'll zoom in. You can see right between Beverly Beach and Palm Coast, that's where we have a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 3:15. Now, remember what makes a storm severe? It's 60-mile-an-hour gusts and or quarter-sized hail. I don't really think there's a lot of wind in this. In fact, let me turn off the lightning. I'll put on the velocity data, and you can look at some of the wind here. In fact, the wind is 15 miles an hour. So definitely this is a severe thunderstorm warning that's issued less for the potential of damaging winds and more for the potential of I think some hail. In fact, you can see there would be our hail core right there, right over Beverly Beach on the south end of Palm Coast. So let me zoom in and take a look here. You can see right on Ocean Shore Boulevard, Beverly Beach. This is where there could be some hail falling right now. You can see the hail of 1 inch in diameter. That's the size of a quarter. So generally the size of a quarter and larger, that's when we get severe thunderstorm warnings, and that's what we have here. It's really probably only for the next like 3 minutes because this hail core is going to be offshore momentarily. If I had to specifically pinpoint where there's that hail, it's probably where you see these purple areas right now, over Front Street, over towards Jasmine Drive, River Trail Drive, and you can see some of that purple right there, and that's where there's likely some hail right there, and then also right there. But notice it's a very small area in the grand scheme of things. In fact, I'll zoom out so you can see. Notice up in Palm Coast, it's only moderately raining, so there's no severe threat there. It's just this little area right there over Painters Hill, the north side of Beverly Beach. I'll try to put a track on this for you, but we're tracking this into the ocean. In fact, it's probably the core of it moving out right now. In fact, I'll track this for you. You can see we don't even get any towns that pop up because it's already on the beach. So the severe aspect of this should be done in the next, I'd say, 2 to 5 minutes. If there's anything severe happening now, it's right in the Painters Hill area to Colbert Lane right there. But still a lot of dangerous lightning. It's Florida in summer. We get a lot of lightning, and lightning is always very dangerous. In fact, within this storm, you can see right here in the middle, we've got 122 bolts of lightning. So that's a lot, and that's a danger any time of the year we have summertime storms here in Central Florida. So the rest of the region, in fact, things are pretty quiet. You can see in the grand scheme of things, Garrett, like we talked about earlier, these storms are mostly northeast of Orlando. So this severe storm, just for some hail, should be offshore here momentarily. I do think we'll see additional storms pop up in this circled area through the rest of the afternoon. But good news, not from what I can tell, no damaging winds, just a little bit of hail that could be severe for about the next handful of minutes right around the Beverly Beach area.
All right, so we will certainly keep an eye out for that. Noah, thank you. As we wrap up here, let's give you a live look right now. This is in the Painters Hill area, Hammock Dunes, just north of Palm Coast there. So certainly be aware over the next few minutes. Thanks for joining us.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Continuing to monitor the severe thunderstorm warning in Flagler County. A few minutes left in it. We'll continue to track it. If there are new warnings, we'll let you know. If there are new threats from that existing warning, we will also continue to let you know. As Noah was saying, he believes that's going to continue just moving offshore, and so just a few more minutes of that. But we will keep you updated on everything that's happening when it comes to the weather out there on this Monday afternoon here in Central Florida. Let me let you know a couple of other things that we're keeping an eye on right now. The Charlie Kirk murder hearing about to get underway. We're talking about Tyler Robinson, who is the suspect in that case. This is a preliminary hearing that we've been tracking throughout the day. We talked about it just a few minutes ago with one of our legal experts kind of talking us through the process of this preliminary hearing, the strategy of the defense, the strategy of the prosecution in this. And so that's going to be getting back underway shortly from the lunch break they took. So we'll have more on that. We'll keep an ear on that, and we'll have more coverage throughout the week. That's something that's expected to last 5 days. So we will have more coverage of that throughout the week. Let me also give you a live look right now at Lumen Field in Seattle, where in 5 hours, we will have kickoff between the U.S. and Belgium. And our poll question this hour, we want to know how you are feeling about this game. Who do you think it's going to be? Who's advancing to the quarterfinals tonight? I'm going to pop this up here and let you scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. Is it going to be the U.S. in regulation? Do you think it would be Belgium in regulation? Or do you think we could be in for a long night? Extra time maybe? Maybe even going to a penalty shootout at the end of that? We want to know what you think might happen tonight. So vote in our poll, and I'm going to give you a split screen here while we leave this up for a minute to get those votes in. Scan the QR code, go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Our first vote already thinks it's going to be close. So again, this game is at 8 o'clock. You'll be able to watch it on Fox 35, and it should be a good one. The round of 16, and one of the most consistent scorers for this U.S. team, we learned today, is going to be eligible to play. So Flo Balogun, we've talked about the controversy over that red card, and we talked a little bit as well about the process, not just when it happened last week. As we reported, there was really no avenue for them to kind of challenge that red card, but the decision coming out over the weekend that FIFA, that an independent committee kind of looking over this has decided to suspend the one-game ban that Balogun would have faced that would have kept him on the bench for this one in the round of 16. He's now going to be eligible to play, especially after the FIFA Appeals Committee came out just a couple of hours ago and said that Belgium's appeal was inadmissible, their appeal of that ruling and that decision. So as of right now, 3:03 p.m. and 47 seconds, it appears Balogun will be able and eligible to play, and we should expect to see him on the pitch tonight in Seattle. Expect a loud crowd, expect an energetic crowd, just, if for no other reason than it's another round closer to the championship in this. But we know that stadium in Seattle is perfectly built for raucous sports crowds. We've talked about it before with Seattle Seahawks games and the impact that we saw in the first game that the U.S. played in that stadium when Alex Freeman scored, and how it literally shook the earth, how that goal was registered. The reaction from the crowd was registered by the Geological Service in that area, and then how the eruption from the crowd after that goal was upheld by the VAR, another eruption that essentially was like another earthquake as well. So we know how loud that stadium can be, and I would certainly expect a great atmosphere at that one tonight. Again, it's the round of 16 in the U.S. and Belgium in Seattle at Lumen Field. That game's at 8 o'clock on Fox 35, and in just a little less than 2 hours now, we'll have a Fox 35 Road to Gold special, get you all caught up on everything you need to know, and count you down to kickoff and count you down to Fox Sports special pregame coverage of that U.S. men's national team match coming up a little bit later. So our poll question right now, who's advancing to the quarterfinals tonight? Looks like 50% of you right now saying USA in regulation, 20% of you saying Belgium in regulation, and 30% saying right now it's kind of a toss-up. Could go to extra time, could go to a penalty shootout. That extra time adds another 30 minutes on, and it has. We've had some close games over the past week alone that have gone to extra time, that have gone to those penalty shootouts and been decided by that. So it's been an exciting week in the World Cup, that is for sure. What we will see tonight, time will only tell, but we want to get your predictions. Now's the time to get those in. fox35orlando.com/vote. Pull out your smartphone, point your camera at that QR code that you see on your screen, and then click on the link and vote that way. Well, we're getting ready to take another break here, but before we do, I want to show you this camera This is the one we've been looking at the past few minutes. Daytona Beach, Hard Rock Hotel camera. And just take a look now. It looks like the beach has emptied out pretty much. Not too many people there, and you certainly can't blame them, especially after the image that we saw just 10 minutes ago when it was just pitch black. But now you can see the dark clouds, the rain falling, the dividing line, and then some of the kind of yellow tint to the sky as well. So this is quite a scene right now in Daytona Beach. We certainly hope you are being safe if you are out there, and that you're no longer on the beach, because as Noah was talking about, the threat of lightning from not just this storm, but from many of the storms that we have seen throughout our area over the past few days. I mean, it was just an hour ago we were talking with Chris Lindsay about the lifeguard that was indirectly struck by lightning, but certainly a scary scene there, and glad they're going to be okay. Well, we still have much more to come here on Fox 35 News Plus. Before we go to break here, I'm going to pop our poll question back up. We'll leave this back up for a minute here, get a couple more votes in, then we'll come back and chat about it, and then have much more live streaming news coverage on the other side. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Those votes are continuing to come in here on Fox 35 News Plus. So we want to know who you think is advancing to the quarterfinals tonight. Is it the U.S. in regulation? Is it Belgium in regulation? Or does it go to extra time, or maybe even a penalty shootout? So we want to know what you think. Scan the QR code or go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Continuing to track some storms in the area, and I just can't get enough of this Daytona Beach Hard Rock Hotel camera right now, just because every time we look at it, it looks different. You can see the ominous clouds again continuing to move offshore this evening. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren will have the latest check of your forecast coming up in a little bit. You will be able to watch that right here on Fox Local. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday. Been a lot of things that we have been tracking throughout the day, including this hearing in Provo, Utah, preliminary hearing, day one of that. The defense is back here questioning, cross-examining, I should say, one of the police officers who was on the scene that day. Let's go ahead and listen in right now to what the defense might be asking this former Utah Valley University police officer about from that day of September 10th when Charlie Kirk was shot. Let's listen in.
Object in the left hand as he was running across the roof.
And in fact, did you describe that in your report as a bag?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why.
All right. Let's pull that report back up, please. Oh, never mind. I don't think you mentioned what you saw. So in your report, let's pull that back up, please. Page 5 on the Bagley 1. So looking at the second page, you're actually going to have to go to page 6, I think. You talk about what you saw in the video where they jumped off the roof. And again, I'm going to remind you of our conversation we had before about you understand how important these reports are.
Yep.
And do you mention anywhere in this report that you saw a gun?
I did not. I just had an object.
Did you mention that you saw that object? Is that on here?
Nope.
Okay, so you left that out. Now have you looked at that over and over again?
The video? No,
yeah.
I've only seen it twice.
Oh, really?
Yep.
When's the last time you saw it?
It's been months.
Okay. The last time you saw it, were you able to tell what that object was in his hand?
Yes. Well, not tell what it is. I could see there's an object in that left hand, yes.
And could you, knowing what you know about the case today, do you have an idea about what that object was?
It looks like a rifle or something to that effect, a long object.
It looks like a rifle? Like
a long object, like skinny and long. You can see it's like almost like it's covered over something.
So you saw the cover, which was the towel, right?
Yes, and the shape of it is long.
Okay.
You know.
So you can see a towel, but you can't see an actual
I don't know
gun.
if it was a towel or a blanket. I don't know what it was.
But you can't see an actual gun?
No, like an object, like a form of a gun, like a long object.
Okay. All right. At the end of that day, what time did you leave the campus?
It was probably like 9 o'clock that night, maybe, somewhere around there.
And did you come back the next morning and work some more?
I came back the next morning, yes.
And you worked all day the next day?
On and off.
When you left at 9 p.m., did you or anyone else know who the shooter was on that day?
No, not that I know of.
And when you came back the next morning and worked that afternoon, all that day, did you or anybody on that campus know who the shooter was?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So nothing that you found that day or anyone else to your knowledge on campus was able to identify who the shooter was?
That day, no.
Right.
Well, during the time I was there, no, that I knew of.
I also want to talk to you about that giant picture that was showed to you. Do you know?
Exhibit 35, I think.
Yes, it's Exhibit 35. Do you know who took that picture, where it came from?
I do not.
Do you know how old it is?
I have no idea.
Okay. And the pictures you were shown, exhibits 1, 2, and 3, that you got up and kind of talked about and showed all the buildings and everything. Do you have any knowledge about where those pictures came from? Or who
Yes,
took
they
them?
were drone footages taken from a drone.
Do you know who was operating the drone?
Sergeant Cam Nielsen from Provo Police Department.
Provo Police Department. Had you seen those pictures before today?
Before today, yes.
When did you see them?
A couple weeks ago.
And that was just in preparation for testifying?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you ever seen those pictures? Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor?
You may, Ms.
Just one
Hester.
moment. One last thing I want to clarify. We heard you testify that Ms. Richards, or I don't know if she's Deputy Richards.
She's a state employee for the forensic lab.
So Ms. Richards.
Melissa.
She is the one who took those nighttime pictures of the stuff on the roof.
Yes.
And you testified that she told you that that was what they looked like that day?
Yes.
When did you meet with her?
I talked to her on the phone. It was several weeks ago in preparation for the trial.
So prior to a couple weeks ago, you never discussed those pictures with
Yeah,
her?
because I'd never seen them.
Oh, so a couple weeks ago is the first time you saw them?
Yeah.
All right. And did you write any kind of supplement to your report, to add on to your report, other than what we've gone through today, that one report you wrote? Have you ever written another one?
I have not.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Grunander, redirect.
Just one question, I believe, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, if we could pull up State's Exhibit 1.
All right, let's do that.
You've talked about this handgun holster that you observed on the grass in the courtyard.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you would approach the monitor when it comes up and point out as best you can where you observed that holster, okay? Oh, here we are. So again, the question is where was that holster lying when you observed it?
So again, this is the picture of the courtyard area facing north. On the south end down here, you got different tiers of grass. On this top tier back here in this area, which is more the center, bottom left of the photo. So it's going to be the waterfalls on the left side, so more towards the top of it. On the south side by the Fugal building, that top tier of grass is about where it was at.
In the middle area of that?
Yes.
By the Fugal building. Okay.
And that's where I could see straight up where the line of sight was.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, officer. And just for the benefit of those in attendance, you may have noticed that I drink some water. Please, if you have water and what's been previously approved, don't hesitate. You can drink, just don't spill it. And let's go to the state. Ready to proceed with your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls David Hull.
All right. Would you like to come forward and be sworn in?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, if you'd like to be seated right here at the witness in the witness seat, and once you're situated, there's a bottle of water to your left. And if you wouldn't mind, after you're seated, bringing that microphone closer to you so it picks up your voice. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge.
You're ready.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and spell your last?
David Hull, Hull.
And are you employed?
I am, yes.
Who are you employed by?
I'm employed by the Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you worked for the Department of Public Safety?
I'm in my 12th year.
Are you a peace officer?
I am, yes.
Are you post-certified?
I am, yes.
When did you receive your certification?
2015.
And since that time, has your certification remained intact? In other words,
another officer taking the stand here, going to be questioned right now by the prosecution in this hearing. This is a preliminary hearing expected to last a full week. The first a witness was a former UVU, that's Utah Valley University police officer. This is an officer with the Department of Public Safety who is also going to testify, being directly questioned right now, and then will be cross-examined by the defense coming up in a little bit. Again, this could be 5 days, and as we talked about with a defense attorney not affiliated with the case, he said don't expect to hear all of the evidence from prosecutors in this case. They will likely withhold some things that they will save and kind of hold on to for a potential trial in the future. But this obviously an important step when it comes to the prosecution trying to prove that they have enough evidence to move forward with this trial and their intention to seek the death penalty. So we'll keep an ear on that. We'll keep monitoring that. But for the last few minutes here that we do have left, first of all, I want to let you know that there is a new severe thunderstorm warning in Flagler County extended to 3:45. So that will continue a little bit longer. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren will have more on that in just a few minutes when he joins us for Fox 35 Weather Plus at 3:30. So we will continue to keep an eye on that situation. We'll have him cut in sooner if needed. But again, he'll continue to track those storms coming up in just a few minutes. Now, Congressman Maxwell Frost was in Orlando earlier today, where he held a news conference alongside Latino community leaders from the Colombian, Puerto Rican, and Venezuelan communities, trying to boost voter registration in Orlando. Maxwell Frost is a Democratic member of Congress, represents Florida's 10th district, which is in Orlando. He essentially has already won his re-election bid because no one's running against him. But he said he is continuing to go out in the community and hold some campaign-style events. This was a nonpartisan event, he says, just trying to boost voter registration. But he and others spoke at this news conference earlier today where they talked about their effort to get folks registered to vote in Orlando.
Brother, thank you. Good morning, Congressman Maxwell Alejandro Frost, and I'm proud to stand before you today, not only as a proud Afro-Latino, but the son of an immigrant who taught me that our community, its greatest strength, has never been, well, it's who we are. I want to thank Boricua Vota, Casa de Venezuela, Casa Colombiana, and every organization that's standing with us today. Thank you for the great work that you do in empowering our communities and reminding our people that Latino voices matter in government and at the City Council in Tallahassee and in Washington, D.C. Across Central Florida and across our country, too many Latino families are carrying burdens they should not have to carry. Families are struggling to afford rent. Parents are working 2 or 3 jobs just to keep food on the table. Young people wonder whether they're going to ever be able to buy a home, and seniors worry about the affordable housing crisis, healthcare, and prescriptions. It is a shame that in the richest country on earth, we have people living on the streets. We have seniors being evicted out of their homes. We have young people who believe that they'll never be able to own a home. And it's for one simple reason. It's because in this country, we have prioritized those at the top, billionaires and mega corporations, who for generations have been taking away money from working people, from the Latino community, and continuing to line their own pockets. Over the past year, we've seen horrible policies that have made life harder for Latinos in Central Florida and across the entire country. Just look at this bill. It's called the Big Beautiful Bill. They passed this bill that cancels health care for 17 million people, cancels Medicaid for 17 million people. They did nothing to stop the Affordable Care Act tax subsidies from going up for 25 million people, predominantly impacting Floridians, 1.9 million Floridians, and many in the Latino community. And they did all that to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. It's disgusting. But we have an opportunity as a community to push back and send a message to Tallahassee and send a message to Washington, D.C. that we don't want our money being used to kidnap our neighbors through ICE. We want our money used for health care, for housing, for food, to make sure our people have the resources that they need. I also have to talk about the fact that gun violence is pervasive in our communities as well. The leading cause of death for a child in this country is a bullet in 2026. In 2026, if your child died tomorrow, God forbid, the most likely reason is because they were shot. We have to use our voice as a community, and we have to vote. We know that
Congressman Maxwell Frost speaking earlier today at this voter drive, trying to boost registration and talking about some of the topics important to him at that event earlier today. He did speak a while longer, but that's all the time we have today here on Fox 35 News Plus. Stay tuned for Fox 35.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.